Welcome to the stream. One. Change that text. Okay. 3 hours to go. That's gonna be fun. Thank you for subs, Rainbow and Rel. How are you guys doing? How's everyone doing? 18 months and 19 months. Morning. Huge news, more powers. Well, that's actually true. They're adding one more jewel, I think. Yeah, in general, I expect some pretty massive updates, obviously. On the class balance side, especially. And here for the rogue stonks. I think it's gonna continue the Spiritborn a little bit that I was playing the other day. We're level 45. With a beautiful transmog. Oof, Chris. On what are you playing? Yeah, so by where we tenacity, acceleration, okay. Close quarters rogue, okay. Also the hard quarters, of course. We don't have any pots. Well, Helltide is actually over right now, so I guess we're gonna do a Kurust. F Chris. I mean, ripping at this time of the season is okay, I guess. Maybe I'm gonna log in and do like some YOLO push or something as well this weekend. I feel like I'm progressing enough with my builds. But yeah, depending on like how much the patch notes change stuff. Tier list will be tomorrow evening or Sunday. What time is the public test server start? The next one will be in like 6 weeks or so, I guess. Or 7. Enjoy weekend, Grass. But the new season starts on Tuesday by Cliffs, by the way, so in case you weren't aware. PTR and all that was long over. Like, you know, that was a month ago. Now we are waiting for what they've actually changed since then. Which I expect is quite a lot. wondering why pushing Great Rivers is so much more fun than the pits. I can talk about this for like 3 hours if you want. And luckily we have 3 hours to kill, so let's go. No, but I mean the TLDR is that Great Rivers have much more like much more iterative design than the pits. The pits were just like created and they were pretty bare bones and they were never touched again basically. So a lot of stuff that was updated in Great Rivers never happened in the pits. Also, like the pit is just like, kind of like too streamlined, for example. It's like, you know, there's like very little RNG outside of like, okay, which boss are you getting and which monster type are you getting. There's like very little like strategy involved with, you know, for example, when do you kill something, when do you pull, when do you skip something, you know, how do you use your pylons because they actually matter. You know, like none of this stuff matters or even exists in D4. You know, like all the shrines are worthless. And, you know, like, you know, making like large pulls or, you know, skipping something or so, like all this stuff doesn't exist. Because you have to kill everything or else you don't even have enough progression to spawn a boss, for example. Like, you know, the pushing in general is just kind of like very shit. And also the combat is really bad when it takes too long, which is another problem. Like D3 works really well with slow combat, but D4 does not. For example, because of the crowd control rules, they're different in the games. And together with like the leash mechanic that you have in D4, where your monsters just don't really move very far from where they spawned, you have like a pretty shitty flow of combat, where it's effectively just you walk into a big room, pull a bunch of stuff, and then you just stand there until everything is dead. Then you have the problem that in D4, you just generally don't really take damage or anything. Like, nothing is threatening, really. Elite affixes don't matter at all, where in D3 you have to respect them and you have to play around them. And kind of, you know, the combat becomes more and more intense as you just stack up, you know, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th elite pack. And suddenly, like, they keep throwing all their shit at you. So there is, like, kind of like a, you know, progression in the difficulty curve as well, basically. Which makes D3 more interesting. So yeah, there's like many little things basically that just all add up to making Pit feel awful basically compared to Great Rivers. Well, I killed 3 minutes, not 3 hours, but that's something. So, good enough. Going to keep the same Reliquary Battle Pass we had for Season 8? No, every season has their own. Hi, Blue Days. You don't have to buy the expansion, but you miss some power and a new class, and we can't access the Hantu, we can't access Kuro's Undercity. So it's a bit scuffed, but playable. Or the mercs. They don't have mercs and don't have runes, which makes it weaker. Depending on the build, a bit more or less, especially the runes are relatively impactful. But yeah, the mercs don't matter that much. And the thing is that if you can't farm Undercity, you're actually missing out on, you know, some relatively good like farming of, for example, boss materials. But okay, I mean, you can get them otherwise. Everyone's super excited? Yeah, of course. Well, maybe they're gonna, like, you know, change the format up a little bit as well, since they're doing drops for the first time, I think, during the Campfire, which is something. On the edge of my seat. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, like, what could be, like, a really big shift that we were waiting for. Because I don't really see them doing these kind of big changes suddenly without, you know, like, another season of iteration and another PTR and these kind of things. Like, you know, let's say Barb core skills are down bad, right? Like, there is no change they can do now that would somehow bring back Barb core skills all at once. That would not be, like, a massive risk in terms of, like, completely, you know, destroying the balance overall. So, I don't know. Stuff like that. I don't really expect to happen, so. Big bow changes. I don't know, will it do like a precision change or something? Like, I mean, what are we looking for when it comes to like bow changes, right? Like, the one thing I'm looking for rogues in general would be like, get rid of fucking Shadow Clone. Like, entirely, if you have to. But, you know, this is obviously also not something that's gonna do randomly with like a season update, like, without the PTR and stuff, right? So, this is something that needs like a more long-term vision. Map overlay. Yeah, that is never gonna happen. Sorc will be good, yeah. What new news are we expecting? I mean, just like in general, like big updates, right, to what we already have seen from the PTR and fixing problems and making stuff more fun. So there's plenty of opportunities. Ah, wait, we do Cinder side. Forgot. Do we not have the Unstoppable? Why did my saw not work? Like, I have the Unstoppable saw, but it just didn't go off. And leveling side will be just get lucky forehead, craft XP knife and essentials every single time. Any good website for builds? I know one. I mean, you're not gonna find anyone making non-expansion builds, so you have to, you know, kind of like do some tweaking when it comes to filling the gaps of what the runes give you and so on. Let's try a Penitent Bloodline and see if that works, actually. We have to dodge. 9 is not out already. Yeah, let's see. It actually kind of works, I guess. Not bad. That's crazy, actually, man. It's just like killing a penitent blood maiden without any drinking. Just like that, alone. Huh. Let's see the PvP boss. I'm curious. It'll probably be similar. Spiritborn, ladies and gentlemen. This class is certainly not pay to win. Let's see, but this guy usually slaps pretty hard. So let's see. Okay. Insane. Elenina. You're looking forward to testing a rushing claw Fawns build. That seems like a very strange Fawns build, but good luck. Okay, 50, 49. We need one more level, then we can do strongholds. So I could do the other PvP zone. I actually forgot to take the waypoint there last time. Yeah, Chronix is making the doubling build 28. I guess he has probably pretty much made it already, but we're definitely gonna have it for the season start. Okay, what do we got here? No movement speed on it, so I guess you don't do that. We could do Resilient, actually. It's like anything else what damage you can get. Not really. Like now we would have to go for the amulet. If I get the amulet, I can just go with this and this and we're gonna be insane. Hope we get Colin today. Yeah, we need Colin, man. We need someone to drop some F-bombs and shit. Get in. He said he's moderating a discussion on Discord afterwards. Wait, where did I say that? Okay, what are our such as Zero Moonfield, Deadman, Haunted, Feeding Grounds? Do I have one of them? Ah. Sounds like a good idea, Glenna. Point developer update live stream's conclusion. Join us for next sanctuary. Sit down with community hosts. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they do that. They'll be in Sanctuary Discord. Wait, have they done this before? I've never heard of that. That's nice. I cannot gift you a D4 key. What is the difference between the free rogue Azarath versions? TB is the strongest, pretty close as pet shot, and then somewhat noticeably behind is Barrage. Mostly due to lack of AoE for Barrage, so the boss damage is fine. They're taking notes on PoE. Yeah, it's good that they have, you know, people willing to do this, and, you know, even something as simple as typing with some people in Discord, right? And it's like always something that, okay, there might not be that many people actually, you know, very active in like chatting there and whatever, but there's probably many people reading. And more importantly, it just kind of shows that they're like curious and interested and, you know, willing to listen to the community and stuff like that, right? And it's like, maybe they're gonna actually hear some thoughts from people that they didn't think about themselves, and maybe at least make some notes for later or whatever, right? So it's always good when the devs are open for chatting. Yeah. Level 50. Yeah, we have to change that helm, man. Oof. Better. I think this is a go normal strongholds angle. Does this character look like Dini by accident? No. Dude, the two-handed annealing hit's actually so crazy early on. It gets so much damage. It's just trying to take a bunch of armor. I don't even have a lot of armor. I just put like a few skulls. And I have like 1 armor temper or so. 2 armor tempers. Not really much. Definitely want to Cybersonic though as soon as possible. Just like wait with all the obols and then get the Cybersonic. Just like smooth this out. It's gonna make him weaker going Cybersonic, but I think the smooth and speed is probably pretty good. I think I can delete the Lance command now, actually. Have to make a new one at some point. But right now we don't really have any plans after that, so... Besides Gamescom, I guess, in August. Season is on Tuesday, okay, Charles. Well, I'm not sure how long I will play this D4 season. I guess we're looking at like 3-4 weeks. And then it's gonna be some last Epoch. I want to do at least one last Epoch character, so it's probably like a a few days thing. And then it's pure E2 time, I guess. It's gone too soon. I mean, now we're in default mode, so I guess that's pretty obvious. Damage, movement speed. Okay. So we're going to hit 60 in roughly 2 hours before the campfire. Yeah, that kind of checks out. So can I get to Torment 3 in those hours? 2 hours to get to Torment 3? Maybe. Let's see. I'm starting Spiritborn at Season 9. Unless some kind of miracle happens with Rogue, which I don't expect. Just Death Trap again, basically, for the most part. But I'm actually excited to play some Pinshot and Twisting Blades with Azure Wrath. So that's gonna be nice. Didn't have Cataclysm? Yes. Cataclysm is not that good anymore. I think it's still gonna be like a relatively solid like T4 farmer and speed farmer and stuff, but it's not gonna be like ridiculous anymore. Jane's Denominator is quite good. Have you played it on the PTR? Because I didn't find it that exciting. And I think it was kind of like a relatively wasted opportunity in terms of like what it could have been. So I hope that there's actually like some changes that they will talk about today. Yeah, WSD was that was like season 3 or something, I think, when they added it. They mentioned block that monsters not scale each level and affixes correctly stacks. Did they add that in the block afterwards? Because I was reading through it and I did not see that. Yeah, I guess they're gonna explain that anyway later, so if that is the case, that would be nice. It just depends on like how much does it actually scale. Do you actually feel it, or is it just like, okay, you just one-shot everything anyway, and monsters don't hurt you anyway? You know, then, you know, if they scale it too little, then you won't feel it, right? It should be something like, you know, tier 4, Torment 4 is pit 55, right? And Torment 3 is pit 40. So it should be something like, for example, as you go through the escalation, the first one starts like in a Torment 3 scenario, right? It starts at 40, which is the level of tier 3, and then maybe the second one is like a 45, and then the third one is a 50. So it kind of like, you know, goes somewhat close to the next Torment, you know, as it goes up, and it kind of ramps, you know, noticeably. Something like that. And then like, if you do it in Torment 4, it should be like, you know, 55, 60, 65 or something like that, for example. And then, you know, you would at least feel it, unless you're playing like some ridiculous, you know, endgame build or so, then of course, yeah, you're like too strong for that. But in like a typical, like, okay, my build is like T4 ready, and now I do an escalation sigil, you would notice it, you know? And I think this is kind of like what it should be. Nice. Oh wait, that's still normal. Ah shit. I actually forgot to open all my chests here, as well as I was doing like random normal stuff. For no reason. Is it even worth opening the chest now? Probably get like nothing. Half a bar. It's actually not terrible, even normal. He brought us ice cream, guys. It's like a chocolate ice cream. Chocolate is fine. My favorite is hazelnut. That's OP. Or there's also like kind of like similar ones. Like here, for example, in many places you can get bueno, which is kind of nice. Which is also like very hazelnutty. I just realized I never watched or here like climb over this rope. It looks pretty hilarious. So it's one arm. Oh shit. Okay, do all counter without expansion like all bosses? Nearly, but not all. Wait, where's my... What happened here? Didn't I pick it? Did I get interrupted? What if you have escalation scaled backwards on the highest solo pit clear? Yeah, Doesn't really work though, because if you respec your build, then, you know, your build, the other build might be weaker or something, right? So you have to make like a fresh character, then, you know, people don't really want to do that necessarily. And the whole armory system doesn't make sense and so on. And also then, you know, people, you know, will have like a speed farm build for T4 content, and then they will have like a pit pushing build, and that is like, you know, a completely different build most of the time, right? There's like not many builds where that overlaps to like a large degree, right? Like Bloodwave is an insane pushing build, but you would never dream of farming Torment 4 with that, you know? So this is like one of those cases where, you know, this wouldn't be the work. Or the reverse, right? If you want to play like the new Barb stuff with Lunging Strike, for example. Yeah, it's a pretty nice build, but you won't really go out of Torment 4 with that, right? So I think that it should stay somewhere in the range of like Torment 4 difficulty, but it should go a bit beyond, basically, and that would be okay. And you can still add other layers of like juicing or something on top of it later, right? If you're thinking about like PoE, you know, something like rolling the maps, you know, you can like juice them up more or less just with the rolls on the affixes, right? Or to go beyond that, like Delirium and Delirium Orbs, you know, there could be stuff like that that actually allows us to fine-tune the difficulty more, especially higher, with more rewards. And then you also have the escalation as like another layer of difficulty, right? And another layer of juicing and so on. So they just kind of need to add more stuff like that and allow people to, you know, just go to the difficulty that is appropriate for them and give them better rewards for doing that. What about Corskers? Or only playable the ultimates? I mean, Season 7 was like the big ultimate season. It has gotten better in Season 8 already. I mean, yeah, Death Trap dominates. But other than that, I mean, okay, Bloodwave is still pretty good, but it's not like the only build on Necro. What else? Spiritborn doesn't have an old build. Barb has, I guess, the minion Barb comes closest, but yeah. Cataclysm is nerfed. I don't know what to do now here, 5 points. There's a guy. What? There's a guy standing there. Wait, what is that? Is that a Sorc? Is that a male Sorc? Yes. Dude, I think I've never seen a male Sorc. Now that I think about it. Okay. Like, I actually did not recognize this. Another plays only male Sorc. Monka. Yo. Thank you, Germany monkey. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make like more content scale similar to the pit or something. Or at the very least, allow us the option to like, you know, scale the content really high. You know, it doesn't have to like necessarily be exactly attached to whatever you have cleared in the pit and so on, you know. Such a system would be pretty complicated to make, I think. And again, we have like other issues like this, you know, like you change your spec or whatever, and then, you know, it auto scales to a certain difficulty that it can't handle or whatever. I think having some more like in the moment, kind of like juicing mechanics would make more sense. And it doesn't necessarily always have to be like something where like it shoots up the difficulty, and it could also just be like you get more out of it for doing better, right? Like Infernal Hordes does that relatively well, for example. It's like, you know, you don't necessarily have to really like add much. It's just like, okay, you do better, you get more stuff, period, right? And this kind of like doesn't exist in many places. It's just like, okay, you can complete it faster. But, you know, it shouldn't all just be about, okay, one-shot the entire screen and try to complete as fast as possible, right? Because like the combat is just like evolving over time that we have, right? Like back in Season 0, for example, like Diablo 4's combat was insanely good. And this has kind of regressed since then. And it's still pretty good, but it has gotten worse. Because the meta is just, okay, go fast, one-shot everything, and whenever there's like any kind of friction, you know, avoid that, basically, right? So, you know, just this, and even in the pit where you have like the infinite difficulty scaling, you do the same thing, you know? If you ever slow down by like 5 seconds from going up another tier, you don't do that. So you only do tiers where you one-shot everything. And that's it. And this is, you know, this is like really what makes the game a lot less fun. Because the combat is too fast and the runs are too short. And there's like, you know, no pushback, there is no, you know, you don't see elite affixes. You know, like everything's just perma-CC'd, gets one shot, like, you know. Basically need to slow down the meta, at least in the pit. I think in tournaments it's probably generally fine to have like a pretty fast speed farming meta. But again, they could add like some juicing there to like alleviate that. But especially in the pit, they need to like scale the rewards in a way where it makes sense, similar to Diablo 3. Like in Diablo 3, it makes sense to go higher and slower. But in D4, it doesn't, you know. The jumps between each tiers are larger in D4 than they are in D3. And the rewards, they scale like especially XP, it scales like a fifth of what it does in D3. So that basically leads us to the point where, you know, 60-second runs or bust. Where in D3, the meta is more like 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes even. It's like the optimal like ratio most of the time for how you farm the Greater Rifts. And that is just a lot more fun than just blasting for everything in 60 seconds. You're getting powers every season to be even faster, more powerful. Yeah, I mean, that's basically just like, you know, a bigger number. That's basically what it boils down to, right? Like, bigger number, have a bit more DPS or whatever. And I mean, I don't necessarily have like really such a problem with that. It's just that it's like not really any interesting stuff going on, right? It's always the same shit. Like, at least early on they tried a little bit by making a few different like systems, right? We had like the Millennium Hearts, which were like kind of legendary gems, okay. You could even upgrade them, so that was cool. Or like you had like different ranks or something, right? There was like a bit of like a feeling of progression. So that was like nice as like a little season theme. Then came the vampire powers that everyone loved. And well, since then it was basically stagnating, right? That was it. You either have an interface with some powers or you have like something that you stick in your items. And that's it. And there's like no other like interesting systems, and especially nothing that actually adds to the base game later on, right? We don't have anything of that. Besides, okay, they brought back a few of the vampire powers and as a legendary aspect or something like that, okay. But you know, it doesn't really add much outside of like, okay, you have like maybe an extra, you know, build choice there or something. PoE2 has the same problem, but you move faster in a 10,000 times bigger map. Nah, in PoE2 there is, like, the thing is, like in PoE, in both games, there is actually a large incentive to go to higher tiers, which is you can get better loot, or you can even, you know, get certain items only there, you know, or you can only get your ascendancy if you do at least, you know, level 80 plus Trial of Chaos or something, right? So there is actually a strong incentive to go to the higher difficulties and go to Tone 4, you know, equivalent basically, and farm that, even if it's, you know, slow and not very, you know, efficient or something. So, and also it's just in general, like monsters are like way more threatening in PoE, which also makes combat just more exciting. Like in the past, in D4, for example, we used to have, you know, like World Tier 3, World Tier 4, and you went to them pretty early if you knew what you were doing. And, you know, there was like this moment where you start a character, you try to rush to Nightmare difficulty, you try to rush to Torment difficulty, and you were like massively underleveled. And that was actually the most fun part of making a character, you know? Like I was always looking forward to making an alt and level, like the first, like, you know, 2-3 hours or so. That was the best part, you know? That was just super fun. Because it was this, you know, like the capstone dungeons, they were fun. And then you were like, you know, in the next world tier, and you started working on your endgame stuff, you started working on glyphs, you started getting boss mats, you started getting items that you could save until you hit that level so you can wear them. And, you know, suddenly you would have those nice power spikes, and you know, monsters were actually like really dangerous, you had to be very careful. Like, that was just super fun. And now, like, the leveling part is like the worst. You know, it's like exactly the opposite now, basically. Like 1 to 60 is completely pointless, because nothing that you get here is helpful for anything. It's just like a chore that you finish, and then that's it. And then you're in Torment, and then you can actually play the game. But in that past, you were playing the game after like 1 hour, and the journey there was super fun already. Diablo 4 is a casual-friendly game, so comparing it to PoE is unfair. I don't know. I think PoE 2 is not casual unfriendly, at least. And, I mean, there are many things that, depending on point of view, I would not call casual-friendly at all in Diablo 4. You know, just look at how attack speed works, just as a system in this game. Who here can even explain how attack speed works? So, that's like one thing. Look at all the, you know, the weird quirk interactions that they have from certain items, legendaries, and the bugs, and, you know, like, who here can actually make a build that is like, you know, close to a meta build or so, without looking up a lot of mechanics, or just because they played the same thing like 3 times over, or something like that. You know, all this, like, you know, insane amounts of testing that has to go into every single build in order to actually find what works, what doesn't work, because so much stuff is unintuitive. Like, what is casual friendly about any of that? What is casual friendly about, like, how masterworking works? Like, even the blasters hate masterworking and don't want to get their stuff to 12. Or even if they do, then maybe they're gonna have just like random outcomes and not actually the right crits or something. Like, there's nothing casual friendly about that. I just wouldn't even try to understand how attack speed works. Towards better swinging. Okay, we're back, guys. Today is Merlin's birthday, by the way. Look at him. 1 year. This guy. What do you say? 1 year, Pona. Yo, thanks for playing as well. Thank fate. All good. Did you hear us? Umbrella. Yeah, this is a government message about wildfires. They send it to like all the mobile phones. It happens sometimes. Dev team stated during a previous campfire they want to get away from redesigning the base game so they can focus more on impactful seasons and lore. Yeah, okay, but that seems to be kind of like the opposite way of where they should go, I think. Because there's, you know, many glaring issues with the base game that they need to fix, and which is the reason why people don't like playing Diablo 4 that much. Like, we don't need more lore and stuff like that right now. We need a game that is actually fun to play no matter what. I'm in Greece. There's like always fires here. You only get it in Denmark when you test the system. Yeah, I don't expect many fires in Denmark. Bring back green Helltide, make pit shorter, GG. It's a start. But pit needs a lot more than just a shorter timer. Okay, man, up. I should bring this back actually before everything melts. 1 second. Yeah. 37C, holy shit, where are you? Arkansas. It's hotter than hell, I could cook an egg on the pavement. That's a very nice metric. I like that. Let me get it straight, you got a haircut but not a dog for his birthday? I had my haircut like a week ago. And the dog, I mean... Nini is like taking care of that and just grooming him a bit and stuff most of the time. But we have gone to like an actual like dog groomer. I'm prepping my non-hardcore stuff for the season. No, I'm not planning to play softcore. Just now for like the level test because I have a fresh start here. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to like get back into the game and like see the raid leveling as well, since I've not actually done this. Just kind of see how the progression is and so on, and it's gonna be like a good prep for Tuesday. So I understand a little bit like what I need to reach certain milestones, for example. It's nice. But it has like worst case scenario aspect. Yeah, drops will be, I think, during the campfire, so this will be like in 2 hours. "54C in the Sahara Desert, holy." Doing softcore not to prep anything, it's just that I had a fresh start here with no materials and so on. Just testing the progression and this build in particular. Basic is an emote. You can see that when you have, I guess, the better Twitch TV emote. Because I put out the actual formulas officially, it will go a long way. Yeah, I agree. I mean, on the other hand, you know, it's also kind of fun to like discover stuff, and you know, even like, you know, some seasons later, like you figure out something new and so on. So there's also that, I guess, right? Where it's like we don't really know everything exactly, or we do it, but you know, because we tried it and we tested it. I guess it's like kind of like a fine line with like, okay, how much of the like, you know, internal workings of the game should they just tell us, versus, you know, we have to find it ourselves or something. Like, for example, Blizzard has never really officially told us like how much does the pit actually scale per tier. And I think if they did, a lot of people would be very surprised by how ridiculous the HP scaling is. And then there's like people saying like, oh man, I want to be able to do pit 150. But, you know, the numbers in the pit 150 are, you know, ridiculous. You know, even compared to 130 or something like that we don't even reach. So now it's Epoch Season 3 on 21st of August. For real? Oh my god. That sucks. How many players actually push pit? Very few. We're talking about like serious pushing. I guess some people are like, you know, quote unquote pushing, like, okay, they're gonna try to get the glyphs up a little bit, and then whenever they get close to failing a run or they fail one, that's it, or something like that, right? And then they just go back to doing whatever. Nah, it's just like a really shitty time because this is literally the day of Gamescom. So I'll miss the early start actually. Actually, they did a pretty long season again. 4.5 months actually. I was expecting earlier, like earlier August or something. But I guess not. Huh? Fingers crossed the Torchlight around late, early July. Early August. Yeah. I mean, if I miss like a Torchlight start, I'm not really gonna be that sad about it, but last Epoch I definitely wanna blast, and that's kinda oof. But okay. I guess it's gonna start the season like 3 days later or some shit. I guess I can play last Epoch before the launch. There's that. Like middle, late August, I'm not gonna have anything going on, I guess. 58. Will we starting solo or group for season 9? I'll do group. I think it's actually the first time I start group. But if you want to try to do like a 1 hour, 1 to 60 run. Dude, I literally have nothing to put the points in. Let's do this. I launch 17th of July. Oh, is that confirmed as well? And new trailers a day to miss the first time Outlaw season. Okay. We're actually running out of strongholds. And I was 15.5 when I started. Missing a lot. Can I do... There's 2 experience things. Let's do that, I guess. Probably save some more stuff, actually. Some of these heroes could be good. They can have 3 stats these days. Like stuff like this here. Let's see if I can still do a penitent easily. At 59. And weapon is a bit outdated though. I should probably do this. But you have better unyielding hits than that. This is live server. The Diablo was like a month ago. Gamescom or LE Season 3, Disparage. Yeah. Disparage indeed, actually. I guess I was gonna play last Epoch before the launch and then a few days late, I guess. So that's my strat right now. Opponents every now and each turn. Yeah, you definitely go for it every now. It's also pretty fast anyway. Like just from the exploration, altars, and whatever, you effectively already get to like level 3, and you only need to get to 4 now. You don't have to go to 5 necessarily. But I mean, it's like a one-time thing. You just do it. It takes like 2 hours per region or something, and that's it. So you can do that while grinding other shit, right? You can just, you know, do a bunch of nightmare dungeons, for example, for like a day, and you're gonna have like most of the dungeons completed in all of the zones. And then together with the exploration and the strongholds that you most likely do while leveling, you're almost there. So renown is really not an issue these days. The Ironic Spell Visual looks really nice. Yeah, they look kinda cool. I think boss fight will be long here. Should probably be on expert. Bad and leveling 1 to 60 because they never practice. I mean, to be honest, you don't need much practice anyway for this. For me, it was more about, okay, like, just getting back into Diablo 4 again, since I haven't played for like a while now, and trying out the Evade Spiritborn, since I've actually not leveled with that ever. So that was just kind of important to see the build. But I mean, the leveling process itself is relatively straightforward, I feel. As long as you understand what you're going to do. And yeah, I can min-max that a bit by, you know, being faster and, you know, understanding when you should maybe upgrade your stuff or go higher or lower difficulty or something, but it's not such a big deal, I feel. Looks like this one run is actually enough on Planet though to get to 60. Not sure how much I get from the final reward here. Hi, Pink Phoenix. Pension Piner is done, yeah. And also have a TB, a Barrage, and the Death Trap. She? Oh. Did it dodge it or what? Wow. Wait, the XP thing is like so little. It was like 2 bars or something. I guess it also doesn't scale with difficulty. What can I do now to get like quick XP? Are they adding another act, Wonkas? Ancient Era act? Uh-huh.
Clever girl.
But he speaks. Leave ancient skies. Okay. Yeah, 21st August, man. Oof. I need to see what I do about it. Oh. Exile. Thank you. I mean, they would be both kind of late though if they do that right. Like I would actually expect them to be like earlier anyway. Like last Epoch did like a 4.5-month season in that case. So I expected last Epoch to be like start of August and then period 2 like middle or so. But yeah, who knows. Yikes. Yeah, I was planning to go to Gamescom. That's the thing. And they're also expecting a D4 expansion announcement at Gamescom, so I kind of want to be there. So I guess the strat for me would be to just like play last Epoch before Gamescom, and then a few days late for the season. What a big loss that would be. What do you mean? D4 expansions could have been email part 2. Nah, I expect the expansion to be pretty big. I don't know. I guess it depends on what else is going on at Gamescom. I don't necessarily have to go there. But last time it was really cool to go there, and I also had a bunch of stuff going on, you know, like I tried a bunch of different games, I met some developers. I had like this streaming thing there, so it was all like kind of cool stuff. Okay, we are level 60, Pork. Actually, do I have pit keys? Wait a minute. How did I get them? Nightmare dungeons? Yeah, so actually when I finish this dungeon here to get some keys, I just realized. So let's do that. And I actually skipped Animus guys. Wait. What does that totem do actually? Let's see how much we got. 3 artificer stones, pork. Do we actually get some of them from like the season journey track and so on? Because I don't really remember myself like being that low on stones. Usually when I start a character. But okay. Need some pants. And some boots. Did I have some boots? Yeah. Great. There's some change. Yeah. There's also tech. You want to do tech? I wonder if it actually kills stuff. I'm gonna try. Gotta get bigger skulls. Can do 2 flawless. Okay. We want like a fire and a cold and a shadow, I guess. Ugh. Just like barrier gen, I guess. I think it's go for the lightning damage here, right? Is there any other reason to get anything else? Not really. Do we have Eagle? There's Stormfitter potency, actually. It's 30% even on magic. So I guess we're gonna try to hit that. It's gonna be kinda huge. Kinda got everything I wanted here. Now. Eagle Hall, potency. F. Okay, so this didn't work. Let's get pole arms actually. Seeing as only 2 stats, wonderful. Okay, we have 1 in 4 to hit the right thing here. YOLO, I guess. Nice, actually. Okay, so do this. Let's try to hit some bait cooldown. And the same here. Nice. Is there like anything else that's like useful here? Crowd control. 45 thunder spike size. Yeah, we don't really care, right? Armored height, active fawns bonus. Nothing matters really. Dude, it feels like I'm back on a PTR, man. No scrolls for tempers. Ah, well. But most of the stuff didn't actually really break or anything, so that's nice. Yo. First roll I ever do is an 8.8 cooldown. Okay, then. And here's some Shadow Breath, I guess. Okay, my golden stuff looks fine. I think the percent damage is actually okay here right now. We don't have much additive, this is fine. Maybe some crit or dex. Okay. This is actually looking not terrible. Okay, so Torment 1 is tier 10. I guess you're gonna try to do that. Unlock it. It should be pretty easy with this setup I have here. I think I'm just gonna one-shot everything. Pretty much. Let's see. That's my crit here. We're doing evade for season start. 54 PoE2 and he came out in the season on the same day. Which game would I be playing first, second, and third? Tough choice. I mean, there's a relatively good chance that either PoE or LE would pay me to play their game. So that would be kind of neat. But I would probably start on D4 for like a few days and then probably spend most of the time on PoE2 and then skip LE until like a month later. So that would be kind of my strat if all 3 happened on the same day. Vincent. I mean, Tencent has... They actually have 100% on GG, right? But anyway, I mean, I had sponsored streams from PoE. Like, for example, also for the latest PoE 1 launch. So they tend to do that. With some of the Diablo guys like me. Yo, Sutai. Thank you. Appreciate this up. Why Diablo again? Well, new season means more Diablo. That was actually a pretty chill 2-minute run here. Can probably go straight to Torment 2, honestly. I mean, Torment 2, okay. We'll see how fast the boss dies. Very fast, okay. Yeah, we're definitely like Torment 2 capable. It's like, I think roughly 15 times harder or so. I think if I just get the amulet, I'm chilling. So that would be important here. Do we get Vesca's shield first? Or just conversion? I think it's a typical conversions angle. Let's do that. Let's put in a Headhunter. We need a bit of dex. That's not in range. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what? Do I even have the mats to do anything with this? I don't think so. Wait, you need souls, right? I'm not sure exactly. Looking forward to Diablo again. This needs 10 fucking Forgotten Souls. Okay, what about the Tempers? This also needs, actually, Forgotten Souls. Wow. Well, in that case... Where else can we get the stones the best way? I think it's just 9 dimensions, right? Where I get the most here. Legion events, world boss, 9 dimensions, Undercity. Outside. So I guess it's like more 9 dimensions, especially next season will definitely be like a 9 dimension angle now. Because they have like the escalation sigils you can get and all that. So just like blast. Just hope to get a new Druid weapon early, would be nice, random drop. That'll be funny for sure. But realistically, I don't really get uniques much during leveling. I got the 0. So... it might happen, or maybe you get it from like a season journey cache or something like that. Yeah, it's actually wild, man, how good this is. Like, I just ended turn 1 and one-shotting everything. Even the elites. And we're going pretty fast, and there's a glyph. Yeah, it would be kind of nice if there was like a little bit of like, you know, a unique here and there while leveling also. Just sometimes you get like some cool item that you can use for a while. Like, I feel like I level so many characters and I never see a unique. And it feels so much better now with this little bit of cooldown I have. I have 8% here, and then evade cooldown on the neck. And I think I had evade cooldown on the boots. But now we have that again as well. And it's such a difference. I think I'm gonna open a Torment 2 and see if I can just do Torment 2. Like Pit. I think we can. This might be a bit slow, but at least we'll have it unlocked. Because we are too OP for this. We got 4 stones, okay. Imagine all very stronghold bosses. Yeah, it would be cool if, like, you know, some things like the stronghold bosses, for example, would have like a high chance to drop a unique, or, you know, do like a world boss or something. Ah, shit. I actually have to do another run there. I need to take another key. Okay. Also, what about some incense? We go to this guy. I count this. We have to do like a little prep session at some point with Chronix and Panda. Did you finish your expedition? It's time for expedition 34. Only Monday. Yeah, I'd say the same. Are we actually going for Loyalty Helm here? I think we do, right? Loyalty Helm would be nice. It's from Gregoire. And I think the neck is from Duriel. So that's a bit of a struggle. Actually, do these events give stones? I'm gonna try. I'm not sure. Duriel is a pain. I mean, I have to kill like Gregoire twice. Rashan twice. But the thing is, right now, I'm not getting like any seasonal stuff. In fact, I don't think I even have the season reward track. That's fine, it's gonna do it without. Let's see how that feels. Oh, Purpleberg. I think you'd rather fight Andariel. If Andariel, you have to do Zir and Beast. I mean, I might have a few Beast summons, I guess. If I keep doing these Nightmare Dungeons. Do Undercity, get rank 1 and end it. How should I get there? We're just doing evade all the way. And then, I mean, later we'll do the Balazan stuff, which is gonna be like OP for the high tiers. But yeah, the plan is just like do evade for the start and outpace everyone else. It's gonna be fun. Hey, Danger. One mask per tier. You mean the Artificer Stone or what? Okay, here it seems like we got nothing from the event, and only 4 from the completion. And on higher tournaments, I guess you get more. Okay, let's try another city run just for science. I also have Whisper. Ah, you're talking about the Urva mask, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want that. Magic runes, experience, I don't know. I guess we do that. Make sure to have the popcorn ready. Are we doing bingo? I could do bingo. Is there some sort of like bingo card generator or something like that? You know, similar to like the tier list maker that people use. So we could do that easily, that would be nice. Mr. Goblin in level 1. I mean, you wouldn't really expect to get one. But I guess you get like double the stones then, right? I mean, goblins are really rare. So getting it now would be just like a very lucky thing. Get a chance for OB keys. You mean Opticide? Yeah, we wouldn't use those anyway until much later, so it's fine. So we had 8 and now we have... Okay, it's the same as an Nightmare Dungeon, so this is not actually really faster. This is like a Nightmare Dungeon was 4 and this is also 4. So you'd probably prefer Nightmare Dungeons. We can wait for T2 and then turn in. You can do evade build at level 15. Yeah, 30 minutes to make a bingo card, easy. Okay, let's go then. Let's see how the tier 2 will go. Yeah, I've been leveling to 15 and then evade all the way, so that's the strat right now. And it's actually working really well. Yeah, we can easily do turn 2. There's almost turn 2 already, so... you want the attacks reduce evade cooldown on the boots. But it's not like required. You can just reset your evade with your Thunder Spike. So you just try to get those boots and then kind of keep them forever, but you can't start without them. mean, look at this, man. It's like 90-second runs or something. While I'm progressing with like my shit set up here, I don't have Sabazontek. Like, crazy. Okay, it looks like more like 2 minutes, but still. What are we going for? Managers, Ritual, Talon. That is definitely something, I guess. Boss Lightning, though. Let's just do this. Thanks for the link. I'll try it later. Okay, let's do this. Torment 2. Goal for season 9 is to achieve 0 as cooldown 7 Necro. Wait, what cooldown are we talking here? Oh, the odds to get them. What a huge news, I don't know. Usually, the PTRs are awful, and then the final patch is much, much better than that. So, if they just follow the historic pattern, I think it's gonna be fine. And from what we have seen so far, it looks like we are going in that direction at least. Much, much better. Have you tried the PTRs, Crucible? Wait a minute, it's at least 50% different. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're gonna be really able to like shift the meta that much. At least on those classes that have like these OP builds. I think, you know, a lot of people would be too upset if they nerf stuff like, let's say, Death Trap or Earthquakes or whatever, like, you know. So they can only really buff stuff, but the thing is that the good builds are very far away from the, like, you know, like mid-range builds and stuff in terms of power, so I'm not really sure how they would, like, just randomly buff stuff enough. Like, some builds need like a times 100 or something to be on the same power level. Like, where's that gonna come from? Yeah, I saw last Epoch late announcement. I'm very unhappy. Yeah, just Sorc Lightning Spear nerfs. Yeah, I think they have to fix that a little bit, to be honest. Like, Lightning Spear not only was over-nerfed, but also it was just nerfed in a very bad way. Like, what they needed to nerf was the number of arcs. And just make it like 1 or 2 arcs instead of 5. So that you actually have some boss damage as well. Compared to your AoE, you know. And then it would probably been okay. Or, you know, like, okay, get rid of the overpower snapshot, of course, and these kind of things. And that would have already done the job, I think, for the most part. Okay, this is actually noticeably slower compared to before. A lot of harmony attributes. Probably go turn 2 anyway, let's go. Just some small upgrades and we're gonna be there. Jungle feels so much better next season with the consistent resets. Yeah, it's kind of funny. they tried to nerf the Hunter. Oh, they buffed it. Kind of weird. You got a harmony. Do we have any boss mods here? Yes, but not enough. Let's just throw some stuff in there, so we have some different resistances. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't do like the all-power snapshot of stuff like the Lightning Spear, like Lightning Spear was just too good at everything, right? It's like the fastest moving build in the game because it's a Sorc, plus it hits like 3 screens around it at all times with like 20 spears flying around. So, you know, that was just like too good. So you had to like cut back on the AoE clear at the very least. If you want to cut back on the mobility, I mean, that's like a general Sorc thing, I guess. You have to decide at some point. Might not be the worst idea. But at the very least, the AoE needed to come down on Lightning Spear. And on top of that, the single target was like non-existent. So it just felt bad to fight bosses on that build. So you have to like nerf the AoE, keep boss damage similar, and then everything is fine. And how you do this? Well, you lower the number of jumps. And there you go. It wasn't really that hard, I think.
That looks worn. I can fix it. I can break that down.
I think I never gave her actually an ability. Oops. Okay, we have 9 stones. Wait, where did those come from? From a tree. So I could actually go higher if you wanted. Get runes. What could we get now for runes? I wonder if I should try to get like rare runes, at least it's like quacks, I guess, or something. Full Q. Sick doesn't really work anymore that well for this. There's mod. Later we're gonna have Jar to go fast. But right now we don't. There's actually a bunch of like nice rare runes, I guess. Let's see. Any news on Paladin class being added? Yeah, I'll wait for Gamescom for that. I think this is most likely a campaign announcement there. expansion announcement. Offensive legendaries. Chaotic uniques. I think this might not be a bad idea actually to do this, yeah. Thanks, Tom, but the whole idea is that I do the journey myself. I'm just like thinking what I do now in order to progress. And since I only have 3 pit runs and worth of stones, it's probably fine. Do like an Undercity run here. And Torment 2 is kind of slow though, right now. But you're also on non-season right now, basically. I don't have any season powers or anything. So you would be a bit stronger than this at this point already. Wait, do we fail the run when we die? What happens now, actually? We don't fail the run, okay. Was that like... what was that? What? What's my res? Oh. Wait, where's my cold res? We got capped earlier. Also, I completely forgot to check if Tech Rune does anything for me. Earthquakes. It does contribute a bit, but not really, I think. Okay, they have these blobs here and they explode like multiple times or something. Interesting. Time expiration imminent. Yeah, true. I think when I checked my res, it was still in Penitent, right? And not in Torment 1. I thought it was in Torment 1. And then we lost a bit, but we actually lost a lot of res now. Makes sense. Yeah, they changed the res code to 75. For no reason whatsoever. Everyone just is like 20% tankier now. Potion upgrades. It's kind of like a waste at this point. I'd rather craft more elixirs and instances because I probably won't be able to really sustain them if I upgrade my potion. And I never press my potion for any purpose, so... we have like infinite healing here. Yes, compared to other classes, it's not that important on the Spiritborn to rush the Paragons. Like, the Paragon nodes are like half as good as other classes on this class. Like, you know, Sorc, for example, is like 50, 60, whatever, on every single node. Yeah, the drops is when the campfire starts in 1 hour. Hand sanitizer. I'm just doing like an evade, Spiritborn, leveling run. Wait! My question is, do we get stones for this? No. Actually ran out of time. Interesting. Yeah, this was kind of slow, to be fair. So, even though I can unlock Torment 2 easily, I think we want to get something like double damage before we actually do Torment 2. So this will be probably a few pits to reach conversions. And then maybe like a weapon or something. Do we have any? We have 19 Forgotten Souls. Well, let's try that. Nice. Oh shit, we got legendary eagle finners. Okay, easy clap. Does it cost Forgotten Souls to roll? No. I think we do this. Oh, that's kind of huge. In that case, we have to also get new rings and stuff at some point. The legendary eagle finesse. Actually, can we do that now? We have armor, dex, life. Which is fine. Thank you, hand sanitizer. Hello, Chromaticus. What is 3 souls per temper? Apparently it's not. 26, 21. Okay, what about rings? They're kind of crappy. Yeah, I'll probably skip loyalty, skip Service on deck and just go with loyalty, and then the neck is the biggest thing. Loyalty is also good though. That's kind of funny. Oof. Okay. How about the neck? With redirected force, huh? Don't even have to imprint that. Okay. Should I just Gamba Helm and hope for the best? Oh, lucky my Phoenix or Temperance. That's like average right now. I mean, did get like a pretty important recipe as legendary pretty early. So that's nice. Do you want anything here? Hunter cooldown. Defensive cooldown. I guess just do a Hunter cooldown, just because. Can this have a Sonic before you hit Torment? Yeah, I mean, that's not happening, dude. But it's very easy to Gamba 1. So I would wait until Torment 1 and then Gamba 1. And they both fire us? Fuck.
You look like you've seen battle.
Very nice.
The relics of old.
I mean, we are gonna use this weapon for a while, I think. We can use this Shadow Prison. Okay, so we have Evade. Ah, we have that already. Tantal. Let's do this. See. Yeah, there's not really much else. I guess you just put like emeralds or something. Or sapphires. It's not bad. Okay, wait, inner calm. Curse touch, recalling feathers. Can you concede it on an egg? Wait a minute, Brawler. It's kind of funny, we got a Wound Drinker here. You know, Toxic Skin shenanigans. So let's see how this feels. We have like the much bigger tempers now. How about some dex gems? Only 600 armor. Actually, I realized my damage goes down a lot because of lack of armor. Because we're going up in torments. Kind of forgot about that. Ready dex. It's 115. So that gave me 15. Like 7% damage. Let's try this again. CSR. It definitely looks much better now. A lot more damage. Gonna level for 9 minutes next season? Yes. We want to do a 1 hour, 1 to 60 run. All men. And see if we can. But that's the plan. Are you gonna get the first key? You have to get to level 15 and then open Helltide chests. So just the 1 to 15 is I don't know, like a 20-minute thing or something. Plus getting ready, let's say 30 minutes to get ready for 9 dimensions and then 30 minutes to get to 60. So roughly something like that is the plan. Wasn't there a Season 9 Campfire already? Yeah, there's always 2. One is for the PTR and one is for the actual season. Yeah, hardcore group. Burn Hydra is better than Big Spider. Why is that? It's just like better synergies basically. There's a lot of really powerful like burn, like there's aspects, Paragon. Like it's just stronger. That's it. You also like save a lot of stats on your gear. You don't have to go for 100% crit. You can invest into other stuff. And now they also like changed the amulet, and they're building the Hydra setup straight towards dots basically. Well, okay, not exactly. I mean, technically it benefits crit and dot, what they did with the amulet, but crit was already way behind, and they made it now also benefit the dot version instead of not. So dot is just like way ahead now for Hydra. You don't get the key directly from the outer chest, but you get sigil powder. So you can also like, do like a whisper turn in that also gives you sigil powder, and then you can start crafting 9 dimension sigils, yeah. And then you do 9 dimensions on normal, because the XP globes don't scale with the difficulty. So you just try to rush through them. Whenever you get like a 9 dungeon key with the XP effect, then you're gonna just full clear that. Otherwise, you just rush to the end and get the next sigil. I mean, the Horonic strong rooms might be kind of useful, but we don't know exactly. And also you have to do the season quest time for that, I suppose. Okay. Tax reduce away cooldown by 1.5. So now we have a bugged material window. I'm doing like a buff for clearing the strong room, yeah. But you will not be able to do strong rooms until you do the part of the season journey, or the season quest line where you unlock that, right? So I guess we'll probably start with like the season stuff anyway instead of Helltide. And just hope that this is good. Or I don't know. Actually, we'll have to discuss that and see where we like bet our money on. I mean, it's also not unlikely, I think, that we're gonna get some Night Management keys from the season quest. And if that's the case, then you can get all this like Helltide stuff entirely, right? Because you can just go into Night Management. And I think the chance of like a Night Management key being part of the season quest is very high. So maybe that is the actual strat. Can you craft a key before 25? You have to do one codex dungeon. Okay, 40 minutes, guys, for the campfire. I had to do it once for the vault. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I remember in the vault season, you kind of went through the 4 vaults once, but and then at the end you unlocked the chance to get the vault keys. But I'm not sure how it's gonna be now. I don't remember. Were you able to craft vault keys? Or were you able to just get them from drops? I think we were able to craft them, right? But yeah, I don't remember exactly anymore. I think at very least I had to like the seasonal quest line and stuff. But I mean now, nomination keys, I guess you can't get the strong rooms, or you can't enter the strong rooms if you don't do the season quest line. And I guess the escalation stuff is probably also locked off part of the season quest. So you can't get that. And escalation sigils do exist before T1 by leveling. Oh, news. GP. Very ready indeed. What already Diablo 4 current state ever since its release? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I like about the game and also a bunch of stuff I don't like, and generally it's getting better. So I do have fun season after season, but there's also like a lot of like kind of big issues they still need to fix basically. So I'll give it like a 7 right now. I kind of saw around this tier 30 though. Atomic 2 will work fine. We need some uniques now, we need loyalty and Sunbird. Yeah. Can I hit 15 here? Yes. So do this. Nice. It's already noticeable. A drinking game, anytime we hit the powers, we take it shots. Oh my god. I'm not sure if my liver will survive. I guess we do it to tier 24 here. Yo, Malalam, thanks for Prime. It's on Tuesday, am I? Okay, actually critting for like 300k. Not even critting actually. These are normal hits. 300k. I remember like an hour ago I did like 10k. Kind of ramping here. $1,800 armor. Oh shit. Yes, thank you, Horia. Oh, they should boot up their stream soon, right? How long did I play today? Like 2 hours? How long did I play yesterday? I wasn't even 60 when I stopped, so I played like 2 hours yesterday, 2 hours now or something. We are Tournament 2 chilling. Pretty good. And Tournament 3 would probably be maybe an hour or 2 from here. Basically like 2 key uniques and some other small things. We should be kinda there with some paragons. Yo, scream out, hello. Did you just wake up or what? Or did you just like go to sleep right after this? I guess either way works. Season 8 start on Sorc was impressive. Thank you. But why? I feel like it wasn't really so crazy or something. Like, Sorc is like okay, but if you compare to Spiritborn start or something, like Spiritborn is just so far ahead. Or Rogue, I feel. Really help. Wait, what is that? Oh, shit, there's no pulse in this game. We don't have the technology. Wait. What is that post, Grolex, man? What the fuck? What is an old post or what? November 2023. Is this like on the forums or what is this? Scrolling the official forums to pass the time. Yeah, okay. If you have any other gyms, let us know. Do you do boss runs in early tournaments with specific uniques? Yeah, I mean, it depends a bit on the unique, right? But generally, yeah. Like just getting like one of the key uniques or something, like here getting the sunbirds or something is huge. So you definitely want to go for that, and it's usually not very hard to just get like some, you know, non-ancestral shit version, you know, you do like the 2, 3, 4 boss kills of whatever boss and you got it. So, and that can give you like a power spike of like double, triple, quadruple damage or something in some cases. So, Maestro guides will be updated like throughout the weekends mostly. The time is off by 10 seconds. Fuck. I cannot actually set seconds there, it's only minutes. So, unlucky. You do one more? Those Kenny, those Fulminates. You probably need that to get conversions, right? Ah, wait, this is like... Wait, this is not changed yet. Is it? Oh, it is changed. So non-physical does work, okay. I wasn't sure, actually. Seems like it does work now. Okay. So I don't need that glyph necessarily. We can do Kenny. Reverse Wildfire, Menagerist. I guess we can do this anyway. Can I do one more? No. So now, how is that looking when we go into... Ah, wait a minute, this thing has 1.2 seconds. And this is 1.5. What's my soul count? 9. Mm-hmm.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. My magics await your return.
So that's very huge. We want to try and get some movement speed on this, I guess. There we go.
Filled with wonders.
What's still got some good in it? I forged more than
How's this looking? I need to run souls as well. Fuck. Titan tributes. Yeah, we're gonna try this actually. Would I expect there to be huge news? Because usually there's pretty big changes from PTR to live, and this time it's also quite needed, so I do expect big news. Who knows about the master can rework? I mean, that would be interesting actually if they just throw it in there. I think that would be a big win. But I actually don't know really what they're planning to do, so... I've not seen any preview. And I don't know, maybe they got it ready in time and just say, okay, we're gonna do the masterworking changes now. Let's go. That'd be a rare Blizzard win. But I don't believe in it. Yeah, I know LD announced Season 3 on 21st of August. That's some shitty timing, man. But okay. I expect I expect a lot of stuff, and sometimes it's realistic what I expect. Sometimes it's copium. The rerolling tempers on Peter Archer stay in the game. There's no way that stays, it was just a bug, man. And the thing is, if you reroll your temper, you can't reroll the other stats, so... But I guess usually tempers are more impactful and also have higher ranges, right? Compared to normal stats. Normal stats usually have like very tiny ranges, so most of the time you don't really care. Is anyone hinging at Spiritborn being good on the Thorns Pants? Nah, Spiritborn is just like good in general. And I mean the Thorns Pants are what makes the 3 strongest builds in the game. But, you know, even with the nerfs we've seen to those, that remains the 3 strongest builds in the game. So you'll see if there's other changes, but yeah. So much more smooth now, actually. With the cooldown on the boots. No, these tiny boots are actually nuts. Ah, shit. Abhorrent Heart, huh? I need 3 though. Do I have another Titan? We do. Ritual the circle double dip fixed. Yeah. I wonder if they'll do it. I'd say it's a 50-50 that they'll do it. Like on one hand, it's a shitty bug that is like, you know, making the class too powerful, and it's also like very unintuitive to play around that, and ritual circles in general are kind of like shitty and clunky and really like only like a pit push thing that almost no one does. Right? So there's like lots of problems with ritual circles and the double dipping going on, for example. But on the other hand, it's kind of like the one thing that gives like Spiritborn players like something to look forward to right now. And, you know, every single build would go down quite a lot if they fix it. So at least then we have to do like some pretty big like other buffs, like Kipeleke buffs, Super Sonntag buffs, and so on. Then maybe... I thought they fixed that, yeah, so did I. But then we learned it didn't fix everything. So... it's kind of funny because it actually took like until... well, it was like not even 2 months ago, basically, right? When we made the Vashan build. This is when I actually learned about the double dipping. So it was actually like a lot of like power on the Spiritborn because of the double dipping that at least I didn't know about. Because after season 6 I figured everything is fixed. And there were some things that I tested that were fixed, and I was like, okay, that's fine. But apparently some stuff remained after all. Yeah, realistically, I think it would be easier to just like redesign Jackhall, because Jackhall is also just like a, you know, even with double dipping fixed, Jackhall is just like a very weird and unintuitive mechanic as well. That only really works well with like very few builds anyway. I think they could like redesign that a little bit and then also get rid of the double dipping at the same time, basically. But again, something like that without a PTR would be Monka. So... that would be like really the way to do it, I guess. What's going on here? "15 minutes. I'll go to the Spirit Bee in Season 9. Yes. I guess I'm going for, let's say, 10-hour Torment 4. If I can do it 10 hours, the Torment 4 would be nice. It has nothing to do with exit lag, it's just the game being fucked up, I guess. There is nothing about snapshotting next season. So what do we have? Dude, we have like no complete boss here. Fuck. Dude. 11, 11. Oh my god. Okay. We feel like letting people down by giving builds that can only clear tier 80 and 90. I don't think that's really letting anyone down. That's just like where most builds land. And that's perfectly fine, I think. You know, like this is one of these examples here, like this evade build, you know, this is like the best build for everything, but it can't push as high as, you know, like Balazan builds, for example, next season will. But okay, you have push builds and you have farm builds, so you have like, you know, that's just how it is. You know, for example, next season as well, like, you know, there's like the new like basic attack Barb with lunging strike and stuff. It's really good. But you just don't go much beyond Torment 4, and that's fine, you know. You just play that until you do the pit push, and then you just do another build for the push. So it's fine. Okay. Out of this shit. Let's go. Bingo time. Okay, so how does this work here? Select the ready-made card template. Okay. How does it work? Create items. Just like a bunch of random stuff or what? Okay, A, B, C, D. Okay, so I need suggestions, guys. Let's go. Gives us being time to play bingo. Okay. Okay, that's simple. Good enough. But Tomb Raider. What? Hello, Esteban. I mean, I don't really have like an all-comprehensive guide or something, but maybe I can try to do something like that. Nerf to Spiritborn. Okay. First of all, this. Okay. Spiritborn, nerf. Druid buff. Kick. Powers. Complexity. Okay. Fixes earpiece. I guess, is that specific to Adam? Adam fixes earpiece. I like that. Okay. Q&A answers something from presentation. Respect players' time. Is that like a thing? Depth. Ah, it wasn't depth or complexity. It was depth, right? Okay, this is actually the word. Then drops that one. Wrong slide shown while they speak. Wrong slide shown. Okay. While they speak, sure. Who's tagging me here? Okay. Reliquaries. Rod appears. Meaningful, I like that, okay. Dude, how many do we need? 25, guys. At least 2 name mispronunciations. Tease crafting updates. Bad power spawn. I like the bad power spawn. Okay. Season pass at least 3 times. I don't want to count something. Wudijo. I don't think they're gonna mention me. Actually, they might mention me. Because they took like 1-to-1 my suggestions for the Druids. For the unique weapon. So maybe they would mention me. I don't know. Battle Pass reference. Mention BlizzCon. Mic issues. I mean, mic issues for sure. Okay, I don't think you're gonna talk about BlizzCon. But it's a expansion tease. Like, not like a teaser like they show something, but like something is coming, you know? Or something like, you know, big news are coming, or something like that. Expansion. We are listening. Okay. Or hear you. I think both is fine. More like Gamescom is coming. Yeah, it's gonna be something like, you know, yeah, you're gonna hear big news soon or something like that. So this is what I'm expecting. 6 release drop. New ways to play. Lessons learned. Okay, we should also like maybe predict a bit more like what is gonna be in the patch, guys. How about Barb core skills ignored? So let's start with that. Roadmap update. New pet. We already know about the pets. Ice nerf walk back. Yeah, I mean that is like the most obvious change I think that's gonna happen. Death trap nerfed again. New paid cosmetic shown. I mean, this is like guaranteed happening, so. Free buff already happened. Druids get shafted. I think this is definitely something we put here. Masterworking. Ignore it. I like that. Okay. Shadow Clown remains as is. Okay. Cut to Albany. Engaging content. Jaguar nerf. Okay, Jaguar Hall nerf. Let's put it. I mean, we have Spiritborn nerf. And I think if they fix the Jaguar Hall, I guess this just includes that. It's fine because this is mostly the thing they would nerf here. You know, if they fix Jaguar Hall, then they don't have to nerf anything else. 3 minutes. Guys, you have 8 more spots. For some reason, there's like this little star. Where is that star coming from? I don't know. Meaningful choices. We have meaningful already, yeah. I guess we can do choices. Go back a slide. Okay. Go back a slide. I like that. Enlightenment nerve. Quality of life. I don't count on that. Gameplay, that's not a real build. How about that? Stash space. Ooh. No stash space. Okay. Legendary runes. Sorc is fine. Loot buffs. Okay. Shop promo. IP collab promo. One more. Fake questions. Mother's blessing. Oh no. Q&A from Maxwell Creator. Wudijo mentioned. Okay, let's just put it. Someone said that earlier as well. Who knows? Okay. That's our bingo now, guys. I'm probably wanna put this as a thing here. Wait. Oh shit.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our latest developer update stream. Today we're going to be getting into everything coming with Season 9, Sins of the Heartseeker in Diablo 4. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here at Blizzard Entertainment. Adam Fletcher will not be in today, although I can assure you he is 14 feet to my left, crushing Celsius at an alarming rate. We got a great show for you today. We will be jumping into everything coming with Season 9. We've got a familiar cast of faces here today. We've got some lovely people. Today I'm joined by Miss Aislinn Hall. Aislinn, do you want to introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do on the Diablo team?
Yeah, absolutely. So hi, I'm Aislinn. I am a systems designer working on the final design team. I work on season.
Do you have the music running right now?
I'm Charles Dunn.
In the background?
I'm a class designer working on the final design team. Also working on seasonal updates for all the class design stuff.
Hell yeah. And coming in hot all the way from downtown Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway, welcome back to the stream.
Hey everybody. Yeah,
Albany.
thanks. Good to be here. So I'm Dan Tangway. I am the design director for Live Surfaces.
Nice. Things aren't too hot in Albany these days, Dan?
It's cooling down. There was a heat wave earlier. Electricity went out. No AC. No fun.
Well, AC's back. We're good to go. We're good to party.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And what better to party with than, very exciting to say, we've got a Twitch drop this stream. So if you have Twitch drops enabled on your account and you're watching on Twitch, you'll be able to snag the Lacunize Pupil two-handed Sorc staff. And the really exciting part about this staff is that it's got a nice crystal kitty on the end. So if you're a big cat fan like myself, you can watch this stream or any other eligible stream in the Diablo 4 category for 30 minutes, and you'll be able to claim that. We do have some FAQs for Twitch drops on our blog that announce the stream, so if you're having any issues, go and check it out. And no, you cannot watch the stream muted. You have to have us unmuted.
Drop someone.
Our beautiful voices to collect that staff, so enjoy. To give you a little overview of the stream, it's been a while since we chatted since the Season 9 PTR. We're going to give you a bit of a refresher on the overview, what does Sins of the Horadrim bring. We're going to go through some class balance updates, some PTR changes, and then we're going to get into some Q&A towards the end of the stream. And so in terms of what questions we're kind of looking for the Q&A section, you know, something like what are the goals of seasonal class updates is a great question. Anything that's really speaking broadly to like the why of how we do things. You know, if you want the nitty-gritty changes, you can go check it out in the patch notes. But we're looking for, you know, nice and broad questions. I asked Dan what kind of question he might want to hear from chat, and he said, you know, do they prefer affix or affix? So, you know, some other things to chew on for that. But yeah, stick around towards the end of the stream. The community team will be grabbing your questions, and we'll look forward to answering those.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
drop
but
someone,
without
guys.
further ado, Sins of the Horadrim, they've been sinning. How have they sinned? We're going to find out. Dan Tangway is going to walk us through everything coming with this season and tell us what the Horadrim have been up to and why are we dealing with their past choices.
Yeah, let's do that. So graphic here. And this graphic be pretty familiar to a lot of you, but that's going to cover all of what Season 9 contains. And it is a lot. So Season 9, Sins of the Horadrim. First up, you're going to get a new quest line, new seasonal quest line. I'm going to go over a little bit about the premise behind that after I get through this massive list of things. Next up, seasonal content. So, as you saw in the PTR, we've got Horadric Spellcraft, and we've got Horadric Jewels. Both of those systems are pretty deep. And I'm going to kick it over to Aislinn after I'm done to chat through those. We also have a new season journey pet.
I think that counts.
Named Dante. He's a good dog, but he certainly doesn't look good. But he'll be available, as will new reliquary rewards, which I feel are pretty
thanks for subs, guys. Funk Doctor and
but then we're really excited to bring to you some permanent updates to the game as well. This is something we've heard a lot of feedback from y'all on, and we want to make sure that we were delivering it moving forward. And that's making sure that whenever we make updates to major systems, that those updates appear in both the seasonal and the eternal realms. Sometimes we'll call this evergreen, but at any rate, a lot of updates to Nightmare Dungeons that apply to both realms. We're going to talk a bit about Horadric Strong Rooms. We're going to talk a bit about escalating nightmares. And some new Nightmare Dungeon affixes as well. And of course, we will talk about the Astaroth boss battle. Now, finally, we've got a lot of new loot and class updates that are coming to Season 9. That's something that Charles is much better suited to cover than I am. So we'll kick it over to him, and we'll probably finish up with some quality of life updates. So let's jump into story. Let's see. I think we got a graphic. Yes, we're going to start with Astaroth. So, for those of you who remember, Astaroth is somebody we have faced down before in Diablo 4, but he's got a bit of a backstory that's pretty important to Season 9. So Astaroth is the Charred Duke. He's the guardian of the Cathedral of Hatred. He serves Mephisto. Somehow, not sure entirely how, but somehow he escapes hell, and he starts laying waste, burning down Skosglen. Wants to make it as his own private hell. Now, clearly, you know, the Druids of Skosglen will not put up for that. And so they partner up with a Herodric mage named Donan, which we will see in our next slide here. Now, Donan, here he is with those Herodric mages, or rather, with those Druids. He's the mage. They band together and ultimately defeat Astaroth. Now, well, sort of. Because much as what happens with powerful demons, Donan decides to trap Astaroth in a soul stone and buries that soul stone deep inside the earth. And as we all know, soul stones are ticking time bombs. And so by the start of Diablo 4, that is the situation we're looking at. Needless to say, Astaroth escapes. We defeat Astaroth as the Wanderer. Donan suffers some pretty tragic losses, including his life. And so in Season 9, this is our starting point, and there's something else going on. Something else is stirring in Skosglen, and it's up to us to discover what's going on. So we are going to partner up with Briona. I believe we've got a image of Briona next. Now, Briona is a druid. She's got some history with Donan. She doesn't particularly like him. And so you'll learn more about why that is as you're traveling with her. And your first stop on your travels is up to Eldheim Keep, where there's been a lot of demon activity and you need to save some villagers. And at Eldheim Keep, you're going to make some pretty important discoveries for this season. I think we have some footage of that. So up in Eldheim Keep, you're going to be entering the keep. And on the floor, where there's some demons fighting over it, you're going to see what is known as a Herodric Wayfinder. And this Herodric Wayfinder is pretty special. It's going to help you figure out where there are Herodric secrets buried deep within Nightmare Dungeons. And it's going to tug you in those directions and provide you clues and hints. So we'll see a little bit of that in action right now. Now, as you get closer, a Herodric totem is going to reveal itself, a gateway. And upon clicking it, you've got to fight a couple of enemies that are guarding it. But ultimately, you're going to discover that it opens a portal to an unknown part of this particular dungeon. So once we're defeating these enemies, we'll see the portal, and then we're going to jump right through.
Mine is showing this to us. No, it's just like doing a preview basically of what the season is about.
What is known as a Herodric strong room.
In fact, we have not seen the
first up, you're going to learn a little bit of the Herodric strong room mechanics. We've got a pillar here, and this pillar is going to help you gain more of what is known as attunement. And attunement is the score essentially for the strong room. And as you gather more, it's going to boost your rewards. But before you get into the actual strong room, you've got to choose what kind of test you want to take. And in fact, you can choose up to 3 tests. These tests are going to modify the strong room in some way, whether boosting attunement or giving you swiftness or
Necro.
varying up how the shrines behave in the strong room. So we're going to pick 3 here, and that will modify our run coming up. So we're going to jump in, and now we've got a timer. Timer in which to kill as many enemies as we can to prove our might to the Herodrum. And so you see we're playing around that pillar again. It flashed, which means we got the bonus. And now any of the enemies we kill at this point will give us additional attunement. And you notice on the side, the UI, we've got a great new UI here now. There are 6 levels of attunement that you can achieve. And each of those increases the amount of rewards that you get at the end. So obviously you're trying to not only kill as many enemies as possible, but maximize.
Yeah, the
that
tiers wasn't
attunement
there. This
through
was like a
clever
number.
use of
It was just like 2, 3,
those
4
pillars we
thousand or
mentioned
something.
before,
But it seems like you can cap it out
the
now.
tests you selected at the beginning.
Hey, there's a new boss.
Now, at the end, you're going to fight a boss. In this case, we're fighting the Pyroclast. And that's just a final skill check before we spawned the Grand Heraldric Cache. The Grand Heraldric Cache has a lot of cool legendaries, and it also has a buff on it that will encourage you to finish the rest of that Nightmare Dungeon. But also importantly for our conversation, it's going to have something else. And that something else is an escalation sigil, which you'll see in your inventory here. Now, this escalation sigil is important because this is the other big gameplay system that we've introduced permanently for Season 9. So let's talk about the escalation sigil for a bit. Now, this is going to spawn a series of dungeons. And at the end of that series of dungeons will be a boss if you're in the Torment tiers. So let's talk a little bit about the affixes because we've done a lot of work.
Wait, do the affixes stay now? Look at this.
Starting affixes here. You get one positive and one negative. Now the positive one is Equipment Delve. This is going to give you better loot drops as you go through. Also got Hunters. Hunters is a new affix, probably a little refurbished. I forget what it was called before, but this increases the monster speed of traversal and of attack against you, so that's not going to be too fun. Now when you get to the end of that dungeon, because I believe in you, you guys can get to the end of that dungeon, in addition to Equipment Delve and Hunters, you're going to get Forgotten Wisdom and Waller Elites. Now Waller Elites we all know and probably hate. I don't like them that much. Forgotten Wisdom
actually Photoshop,
is
right?
actually
Look at
going
this.
to spawn XP wells around the dungeons, so you get an extra boost of XP as you're going through the dungeon and complete your runs. So let's see the escalating nightmares in all their glory. So this is a new run here. This one actually, we've got Heraldric Bestiary, which is going to boost the amount of rep that you get for this particular run. And it's also got Khazra Hordes. Now, Khazra Hordes is actually modifying the enemies in this case. There's a lot more Khazra. They've taken this up as their home, and they're a lot more powerful in this dungeon. And so you, of course, defeat the Khazra Abomination at the end. And note that we've spawned a portal. So you don't need to go back to town. You don't need to go into your inventory to continue to run. You can just continue it from right here. And when you click on it, you see what you're going to get next. So we're going to jump right in and load up the next dungeon here. And as we jump in, we're going to find, you know, if we were reading the thing before, that there's actually a guaranteed strong room in this dungeon. So that's pretty cool. And that's going to give us a chance to actually double dip on rewards. And so you're going to find a lot of interesting combinations to really make these escalation sigils as efficient as possible. But ultimately, you get through your run, and you're going to be able to fight Astaroth. Especially since we're in Torment 3. So here is the clip of the Astaroth fight. Now, when we were looking at Astaroth, we thought to ourselves, well, we're having a rematch. Obviously can't do the same fight, but since it is a rematch, we want to include elements of the previous fight. And so, you know, the fight starts with Astaroth astride his mount, and all of this part of the fight should be pretty familiar to you at this point. But then we want to start changing it up. And what better way to really create the feeling of a rematch is now that you get to fight Astaroth one-on-one. But, you know, even though the Amalgam is down, he's not out this time. And so the Amalgam is sitting in a pool regenerating, creating a hazard that you need to manage, while you also need to fight Astaroth. Of course, he can cheat and walk through the pool, but you can't. And so that's how the phases will escalate for Astaroth. And within the escalation sigil version of Astaroth, you even get new affixes and things like that that modify the fight even further. So we really tried to make this kind of a unique twist on a boss fight, something that you haven't seen before. And with that, I think I am done covering the Nightmare Dungeon section of this update. So I'm going to kick it over to Aislinn. And Aislinn is going to go pretty deep into spellcraft and jewels.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dan. And I'm so excited to go into those Nightmare Dungeons, those strong rooms, and especially the escalating sigil dungeons, because it's going to be freaking huge burst of rewards. It's going to be great. It's going to be hard
Not
too.
much
Those
on the
smaller
Bigo
leads
card
are gonna
yet,
be a
guys.
pain.
Yeah, especially when the
Did I miss
epic stack
something?
up run over run throughout the escalating nightmares. It's going to be quite intense by the end.
It can get very intense.
The
It
boss
can
fight
get
will be
very
crazy.
intense. So yeah, now these are going to present their own sets of challenges. So of course, we need to utilize the Herodrim's power in order to overcome those challenges. So with Season 9, we have Herodric Spellcraft. So there's a lot of different components to Herodric Spellcraft.
Boss
So we're going to
mentioned.
go over a quick overview and then dive a little deeper into how exactly it works. There are 3 different things that comprise the entirety of your Herodric spell. You're going to be crafting a Herodric spell in Season 9. You're going to need a catalyst. The catalyst is effectively the core of the spell. It tells the spell that it's going to be a celestial storm of stars, or it's going to be a beam of arcane energy that disintegrates your foes. And then secondarily, that catalyst needs to have a damage type. So you need to infuse it with one of 5 different elemental damage types. These can be fire,
Nono.
lightning, frost, and poison, and I'm not going to remember the last one. And yeah, so that determines the elemental damage type of the spell, and it also gives it some nifty extra effects too. And then finally, there's Arcana, which are just like extra bits and baubles you can add to go even further into customization. So like you can probably imagine, this is the build your own spell kind of power. And each one has a ton of unique utility as well. You're going to be able to disable various enemies' elite affixes. You're going to be able to garner powerful effects for your own build, like vulnerable or crowd control. There's tons of stuff you can do with it. So without further ado, let's jump into how exactly that works and how you'll be slotting it. So on the left side here, we have Celestial Surge. That is the tooltip for one of the 5 catalysts that you can actually equip. It is the one that causes a star storm to fall on enemies. On the right-hand side, we have the Smoldering Ember, which is an infusion. So this will make Celestial Surge a fire version of the catalyst.
You can disable
So you
wallers.
will need to slot Celestial Surge, and
And
you're going
damage
to have to
reduction
assign
aura.
it to one of the skills on your hotbar. So in the middle section, and we'll have a video to kind of show this, but basically you assign Celestial Surge to one of your own skills, and when you use that skill, it invokes Celestial Surge with the Smoldering Ember infusion applied to it. So let's take a look at what that actually looks like. So here we are, kind of tinkering with our Herodric Spellcraft in the UI. We're going to equip Celestial Surge, and we're going to assign it to our rightmost skill, which in this case is Lightning Storm, I believe. So whenever we cast Lightning Storm and Celestial Surge is off cooldown, we are going to cast Celestial Surge in addition to channeling Lightning Storm. Now, we can't
Druid
use
is back,
Celestial
yeah.
Surge, like I said, unless we have an infusion equipped. So we are also additionally
Druid
going
season,
to equip
guys.
Smoldering Ember and make that Celestial Surge a fire version of itself. And Dan, luckily for you, this makes it so it destroys Waller elites as well. So for anyone else out there that also dislikes Waller elites, this will cause Celestial Surge to break those walls down, which is pretty great. It will also turn off Chilling Winds as well. So yeah, now we have a functional spell. So let's go in. We're casting Lightning Storm, and we also see these stars falling. Not a very fun time for them, but a pretty great time for us. Everyone explodes, and we have a good day. Awesome. Now, there is a third component to Herodric spells. It is called Arcana. So with Arcana, you don't need Arcana equipped for your Herodric spellcraft to function, but it gives it a bunch of awesome extra effects. So we have 3 examples here. I'll go over them just really quickly. We have the Sapping Crux. It causes your catalyst to also apply vulnerable for a pretty substantial amount of time, so you can effectively solve vulnerable through this system. We have Reactive Ooze, which causes you to generate a pretty substantial amount of your resource every second for the next 10 seconds, so you can potentially solve your resource through that. And then we also have Sharpening Gizmo, which will blast people for quite a bit of physical damage and increase the lucky hit chance of your catalyst. Spoiler, your catalyst has a lucky hit chance, which can be really, really useful. Now, we also have some fancier Arcana. These examples are Magic and Rare Arcana, but the Nightmare Orb is Legendary. So Legendary Arcana is a bit different in that each of their effects differ based on which catalyst you apply them to. So these 2 tooltips might look the same at first glance, but they're actually for 2 different catalysts in the game. The left hand side one is specifically for propulsion. So it causes propulsion to additionally fear enemies, and while they're feared, they periodically explode, which we will also check out. It sounds very scary, to be honest. And then on the right-hand side one, we have the disintegrate version, which causes them to take way more damage while they're feared from the actual catalyst effect, which is pretty great. So let's take a look at what this looks like in action. So we have a Spiritborn here who has the Nightmare Orb equipped to propulsion. Boom, propulsion explodes everywhere. They are all freaking out, they're feared, and they're exploding even more. And to be honest, I would also probably be feared if I was constantly exploding. So that makes sense. And that is the quick and dirty overview of the Heartseeker spellcraft system. There's a ton to experiment with in this system. Can't wait for you guys to dig into it. There's so many different combinatorics, so many different possibilities. So go wild, go crazy, try everything. It's a blast.
Yeah, I really love how you can customize it, not only in like the effect of the spell, but also like how you use it, right? They do have cooldowns, but then you can assign it to any one of the skills on your hotbar. So if you just like want to save it for a specific utility moment, right? You've customized it in such a way that, hey, it solves those Waller affixes, right? Yeah. And that's what you want to use it for. You can make sure it's assigned to a cooldown that you're going to save for that right moment. Or if you're just trying to really optimize its damage output and its DPS, you just put it on your basic or core skill that you know it's going to come up very often. And you don't need to really think too hard about it. It's just going to trigger when it triggers.
Yep.
It's true. Like the crazy amount of combinations that come from the system. Like I know I said on the PTR stream, and I feel like the people who have played the PTR will be advantaged now because I feel like this is something that the patch notes just can't do justice. It's going to be very hard to read through that and get a good example of how you can theory craft and build craft through these. So it's really something you're going to need to jump into the game, get your hands on, and then really start to tinker with because there are so many possibilities. So if you have played the PTR and you know these systems, then you've already got that advantage of knowing how intricate these systems are. So.
It's true, it's true. And there's not just that. You know, you thought that was enough Heartseeker magic. There's more.
Throw another layer on it. Why not?
Yes, there's also Heartseeker jewels. So Heartseeker jewels are powerful gems that you can use to augment your Heartseeker spellcraft and your character's build even further. So when you go into these strong rooms, once you're in Torment difficulty, whenever you complete one, you're going to find a Heartseeker tome. And this is knowledge that the Heartseeker have stored away to craft these really powerful, unique Heartseeker jewels. Once you find the tome and you use it, you can go to a crafting station and then with gem fragments and currency, craft Heartseeker jewels.
Thank you.
They're crafted with Heartseeker vials and gem fragments. It's not as many gem fragments.
You know, I know all this stuff already. I'm just waiting for the actual news.
It's not quite as a massive grind as it was before. And they're specifically socketed into amulets and rings. So you have 3 sockets that are specifically designated for this, which means that you can have up to 3 Heartseeker jewels. And here we have an example of a Heartseeker jewel. You know, it gives you some good stuff, core stat, max life, and you're going to be hunted in Sanctuary's darkest places. Well, that doesn't sound great.
I don't think you need to worry about that, no.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be anything. I'm sure that's just flavor text, right? That's all that is.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Cool. Anyways, so let's talk about the how you craft Heartseeker jewels with a little short video to show us what that looks like. So we have the Heartseeker lapidary here, which is where you're going to go to actually craft the jewels. We're going to navigate to the craft jewels section. We have them neatly organized among different categories to help you just, sift through it all pretty easily. And we have quite a few of these. You know, I think there's 16 in total. There's 16 Heartseeker jewels. So whenever you go into a strong room, you're going to find more tomes, which is going to let you craft more, and then yada yada. So here with our wonderful Stalvar, the Awakened Arbiter, we want to craft an idol from below. So we need 15,000 of 3 different gem fragments, and then 3,000 of the seasonal currency, and voila, we have our idol from below, which is fine because there's nothing wrong with this and nothing bad is going to happen from this gem at all, so it's no problem. You'll also notice that it gives you bonus armor and resistances, so you're not actually missing out on any of the bonuses you would typically get to your defense from normal gems being socketed in those slots.
Kind of boring.
So,
I think it would be interesting
like
if you actually have to solve that armor and rest somehow, because you get this insane power from the gems.
Oh my god, oh no.
But now you just get both.
So when you have the idol from below equipped, sometimes Mummies will spawn. They're the jewel guardians that are guarding this jewel, and they will attack you, and they can be very scary. So be very careful if you decide to equip this jewel, especially if you're playing hardcore. My goodness, please don't equip this jewel if you're playing hardcore or expect to die.
Yeah, they don't just spawn when you're alone in an empty room. Sometimes you're in the midst of an already big pack or a boss fight even,
Yes.
and these guys will come out trying to get their jewel back from you.
Yep, it's pretty spooky. But you can do some very clever things with these guys. Sometimes it's actually really good to have extra bodies to be able to hit for like whatever skills or triggers you have, which is pretty neat. So yeah, let's move on to
I think it changed how they look,
section
actually.
here for the overview, which is PTR learnings. So we learned so much from PTR. We can't talk about every single thing because it's a tremendous
Learnings. Wait, was it
list.
on the bingo?
But we do have some highlights we wanted to talk to you guys about. So first of all, going over Herodic Spellcraft. So we have made
here.
it so all of the deactivation effects that you get from infusions and various things, 3 seconds longer. So when you do actually deactivate an enemy affix like Waller or Chilling Winds, etc., it's going to last 8 seconds, up from 5. This is because we want to make sure that it feels as punchy as possible. When you do get that deactivation, you have a good amount of time to take them out and counterattack them. Secondly, we want to talk about the change of Siphoning Gizmo to Sharpened Gizmo. So we found that Sharpened Gizmo was challenging for us in the sense that we want to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. That's really important for us. And Sharpened Gizmo was
Siphoning Gizmo. Siphoning Gizmo was on the PTR.
Yes, sorry.
Was problematic in a variety of ways.
Yes, it was problematic in a variety of ways. And we also saw the Sharpened Gizmo, which is the new one, as an opportunity for a more physical-focused Arcana, because we knew that was kind of missing from the PTR, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. The next thing I want to talk about is the Propulsion teleport change. So this effect caused you to be able to teleport effectively infinitely in a lot of builds. And it was transformative, and so transformative to the point that it was actually stomping on build identity in many cases. And we really want you to experience the full breadth of what different characters can offer in Diablo 4. We don't want it to all be condensed down to one thing, right?
Yeah, when you're playing a different class and a different build, you want your gameplay to feel meaningfully different. And these, the Herodic Spellcraft here is kind of a complement on top of what you're already doing. It's a unique utility. It's an interesting wrinkle to your build.
Yes.
And on the PTR, we found that this particular teleport propulsion interaction was basically eclipsing everything else.
Yep.
And every single build, if you just looked at a clip of different people playing different classes, it looked identical.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly the kind of gameplay that we think is healthy for Diablo 4.
Yeah, we want to make sure every build has a different silhouette and feels very different and textured. So that's really important to us. Another thing I want to talk about is that Disintegrate has a much wider area now. So before it was kind of a tiny little beam between you and the Disintegrate thing, but now it's much bigger. So you should be able to disintegrate many more enemies with it, which is great. And then beyond that, there are tons of miscellaneous changes to Herodic Spellcraft. So go read the patch notes after this and check it all out.
Yeah, if you've never read the patch notes before, and especially in the blog as well, anything you see that's colored in blue are all changes that have been made since the PTR. So we've gone through, read your tons and tons of feedback, and there is just a sea of blue throughout the patch notes and the blog. Patch notes will be publishing following this stream, so go check those out and check out all the blue, because those are all the changes that you've all influenced. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, so moving on to Herodic Jewels. So the first thing, we added an entirely new Herodic Jewel. It's called the Will Breaker. It speaks directly to physical damage. We heard that a lot of Season 9 is focused on elemental damage, which is amazing and awesome and wonderful. But we also wanted to give physical builds some love and some tools to play around with. So the Will Breaker does specifically that. So if you want to smash people with your hammer or blow people up with Bones of the Necromancer or whatever, that's for you. And
They're
then
surely going to buff
secondarily,
Hoda and all the other
Little Echo,
Barb core
which is
skills,
the
right?
Cheat Death Jewel will not be dropping in hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it maybe went against the philosophy and the spirit of hardcore. So we really wanted to respect that. And this is also an ongoing conversation about what is the spirit of hardcore. So please keep giving us feedback about that. It's been super helpful, and we want to hear more from you. And then finally, of course, there are also many more Herodic Jewel changes, more miscellaneous stuff. So again, after this, go read the patch notes. And with that, I believe I'll be passing it over to Dan to talk about a myriad of changes with everything else.
Yeah, a myriad. So y'all had a lot of feedback on the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So I need a piece of paper to read them all off. I can't keep them all in my head. So first up, let's talk about the Herodric Strong Rooms a bit. So the Herodric Strong Room UI was not clear enough. And so we added a new UI to the Herodric Strong Rooms. We added extra kill count messaging and extra timer warnings. So it plays much, much tighter now. And when you enter it, you should be able to pretty much pick up what's going on. Now, we're not going to tell you how to get those high scores, but the fact that you should be getting a high score should be pretty apparent now. Pillars didn't feel great. You know, you had to stand in one spot for a long time in order to get the bonus. So, you know, we've made the pillars faster to complete, made the radius a bit larger, and now all 4 pillars will also be available at the start. So you can better choose what your path through the Herodric Strong Room is going to be. We also heard from a lot of you that the Strong Rooms really didn't support blasting well enough. And that comes in 2 flavors. It comes in challenge, and then it comes in the fact that Strong Rooms were overstaying their welcome a little bit. So we've added a pit-style death penalty. If you die, that timer is going to get knocked down, and you're going to have less room to earn. We've added additional ambushes as your attunement. We set the activity length to 100 seconds instead of 120 seconds. And also, if you should hit that max attunement, we're not going to force you to run out the timer. We're just going to spawn the boss right then and there.
That's kind of
Now,
nice,
a
actually.
number of you also commented on Blood Bishop again. So we hear you. We built out a pool of bosses,
Bingo.
many bosses rather, that should spawn at the end of the Strong Room. And there's actually going to be a surprise or 2 in that pool as well. And then finally, there wasn't enough incentive, we thought, for you to actually complete the Nightmare Dungeon after doing the Strong Room. So we've added a buff. Now, if you remember from the footage, you saw the Grand Herodric Cache. It actually had a buff symbol above it. And so opening the cache will give you that buff, and you can carry that buff through the end of your Nightmare Dungeon run and get a bonus on the rewards that you'll get there. Now, let's talk about escalating nightmares a little bit. By far, the biggest amount of feedback was, feels pretty rewarding, but way, way, way too easy. So we have gone and made it more difficult. We have scaled the difficulty by several pit tiers every floor you advance.
Oh.
So just naturally, things are going to get harder, and you're going to have to push a little bit more and more. We've increased the amount of health and damage for Exalted Astaroth and the Amalgam. We have made some of those existing negative affixes a bit meaner. We've also resurrected and tweaked some of the previous negative affixes that launched with the base game. And finally, I mean, really, we just did a whole audit on our negative affixes, but we created a bunch of new negative affixes as well, including some pretty fun ones, we think. So, let us know what you think, of course, about the difficulty of that moving forward in any of these, because, again, these are permanent updates, and we want to make sure that they, you know, really feel good. Other things real quick that we did. So we boosted the scalable rewards to match the increase in difficulty. So as things are getting more difficult, we still want to make sure that the rewards are keeping up, that we don't tip in the other direction. It was a little hard to notice the gizmo that's on the floor that allows you to jump to the next dungeon, so we just opened the portal automatically, which you saw in the footage. The escalating sigil didn't stand out enough, so it's got a beam now. It's got its own art, so that feels pretty good. And then finally, we had asked a question during the PTR. You know, do folks want to have to wait until Torment 1 in order to be able to do escalating nightmares? And we heard from you, and you said, no, we don't want to wait. And we agree. So we actually created a pre-Torment version of the escalating sigil. It's not as rewarding because you're not in Torment. And it won't feature the Astaroth boss fight at the end. The Astaroth boss fight, the Exalted version, has been tuned specifically for Torment. So we wanted to make sure that that was preserved. But still, you should get a good sense of escalation pre-Torment if you're lucky enough to encounter one of those as you're leveling up to 60. And that's it for the list here. Again, please keep giving us feedback. We love to hear from you, and we want to keep improving the game. So back over to you guys in Irvine.
Actually, good changes,
Thanks
I think.
for walking us through that, Dan. And yeah, I mean, it's been we had the PTR early in June, so it's been a while since we had it. But yeah, we received such a ton of great feedback.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, Dan, like, it sounds awesome. Like, the strong rooms are punchier, the escalating nightmares are more nightmarish, and you know, Dan made a great point too. Like, those are going to be permanent additions to both, excuse me, Eternal and Seasonal realms. So we do really want your feedback on that because it is going to be an iterative and then permanent permanent part of the game. So we do want to tweak it where possible and get those in there.
Yeah, it's super important that we get the new Nightmare Dungeon stuff and the escalating nightmares really down well. Because we want it to be a repeatable thing that you're doing pretty consistently in your experience. So when you are doing that kind of stuff fairly consistently, it needs to feel like really punchy. It needs to feel really smooth. So it will be a very iterative process. We will be taking a look at more feedback coming in and probably making additional improvements to it over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan will be coming back for Q&A at the end of the stream. So we will be grabbing your questions then. And I did want to call out Mac Hayes from chat when Dan was going through the Heretic Strong Rooms, said, blast me up, Dan. So love to see that. Love to see that in chat.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, in terms of more changes coming down the pipe, probably our biggest, most substantial part of the patch notes is always the balance changes that we have coming in. So Charles Dunn, take us to the promised land. What balance changes do you have for us?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about all the class updates that we did for Season 9. And so my section, I'll be talking about some of the new stuff that came in that you may have seen on the PTR, but also talking about some of the adjustments we've made since the PTR. Some of the learnings, some of the feedback we've gotten, and how we've iterated since then. So at a high level, there's a few broader initiatives that we've done that really affect all classes in some ways that we're doing here for Season 9. The first one you probably saw a lot on the PTR was a basic skill buff. Listed about basically every basic skill in the game, and most of them were buffed rather dramatically. Some of them 2 or 3x their damage increase. The impetus here was that we wanted to look kind of comprehensively at the game as a whole, the wider balance, and think, you know, our basic skills really fitting where they should in terms of their overall damage output and how they fit into builds, and really they were just like well behind the curve.
Yeah.
We want them to feel much more impactful, be a bit more, you know, feel better when you first get them, but also be easier to kind of build around as you go and build up your character. We buffed up the baseline versions of a lot of these skills, but we did take a look at some of the legendary and unique aspects that interact with them. Our goal wasn't to be like, oh, basic skill builds, you know, kind of like we saw with Spiritborn and Barb in the past. We didn't want those to be like, oh, here, this is we're making them the new meta.
Yeah.
This is more around like rebalancing the whole game as a whole. And we started with basic skills, trying to establish a firm power budget for them. And we're going to be looking and doing these kind of passes on other categories of skills, such as core skills, ultimates, etc., in future seasons. That's going to be like an area of focus for us moving forward. We're just starting here with basic skills.
Yeah, it's like a health pass really on basic skills, and we'll be taking more looks at more categories.
Right. With the from the PTR, one big thing we noticed was that Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, one of the unique items that really empowers these basic skill builds, was definitely not living up to its billing. It didn't crit or overpower whenever its damage kind of echoed out, and it's supposed to be like a multiplier on your basic skill damage, but really it fell a lot short. So we've made an update so that now Pain Gorger's Gauntlets is going to be able to crit and overpower just like your basic skill damage. So that should definitely be a huge boon to those types of builds.
Yes.
Speaking of overpower, though, overpower was overpowered, and we have done some nerfs to it.
One update's also
for the past few
nerfs
seasons, overpower-based builds have been definitely dominating the top of the meta, and it was definitely crowding out builds that really couldn't utilize that, things like dot-based builds or others.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, on the PTR, we tested an 80% reduction in the additive damage calculation of overpower. Not to get too in the weeds here, but there's kind of like an additive amount of damage that's based on how much fortified life and maximum life you have built up. We've just removed that completely. We tried an 80% reduction in what it was, and we decided it's still too strong, it's still too complicated, and we just removed that portion. So now when you overpower, you're going to do up to 50% bonus damage, just like a critical strike, but that's kind of going to be the end of the calculation there. We still anticipate, you know, if you really want to the biggest damage number hits are still going to be when you crit and overpower at the same time, but it's not going to be that you must overpower or else nothing else matters.
Right.
It's just going to be that same kind of bucket as critical strikes.
I did
there's
not
a certain
expect
point where
that, to
something
be
becomes
honest.
so powerful that occurs, where it's like, if you didn't do that, then nothing else matters. And that starts to kind of erode the whole game experience.
Yes. And finally, we did a pass on all the key passives in the game. Much like the basic skill kind of audit that we did, we looked at all the key passives and really wanted to look at some of the
I mean, you're gonna wait until later, but
like outliers. They caused some of our builds that were 10, 100x stronger than other builds. A lot of times that came down to key passives that were scaling or interacting in ways that gave you far more benefit than some other key passives on other classes. And so some of those ones that had kind of that uncapped scaling, we added in
okay,
caps
they're
to make sure
absolutely
that they
going
don't
to
get
fix
completely out
Jackal
of
Hole.
control. And ones
No
that
chance
were,
they're not
definitely
going to do that.
underperforming, we did some rather substantial buffs to them to help bring them up to kind
like
of
the Spiritborn was the strongest in the game, and this was not an overpower build. They're absolutely going to fix the Jackal Hole.
So let's get on to the individual classes, starting with Barbarian. So our goals for Barbarian this season is definitely a meta refresh on exactly the Barbarian meta. For the past few seasons, we've seen a lot of Earthquakes, a lot of Dust Devils, a lot of the summons being really dominant. And those are cool, but a lot of the Barbarian's core fantasy is around hitting people with weapons. And so we decided, okay, we need to do some nerfs to Earthquakes and some of those other effects that aren't quite as physical, hitting with weapons, and buff up things like Whirlwind and Hammer of the Ancients that are a lot more core to Barbarian's base fantasy.
Absolutely.
With that in mind, we also got the new unique item, the Hooves of the Mountain God. Let's take a look at that here. This is the new unique boots item that is going to allow your basic skills, which I just talked about, to cleave. So once you hit maximum fury, you're going to start rapidly draining that fury. And while you're in kind of this draining state, your basic skills are going to cleave and do massively increased damage. And luckily, you're spamming out your basic skills. That is going to restore your fury and is allow you to keep in this state as long as you stay in combat and stay fighting enemies.
Yeah, and what I really love about this specific unique is that typically you try to solve your resource in a build, but with this, you try to stack as much of it as possible, so you can stay in the mountain god state or whatever you want to call it as long as possible. Yeah,
and you got to stay in combat. You got to stay hitting people with your basic skills to keep it going. It's really quite powerful, and I think it'll really enable some of those basic skill builds that we were talking about, especially with the updated Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets.
Yes.
We've got a clip of this in action. Barb walks up to a big old pack of skeletons, hits them with bash. Good old bash skill cleaving through the hordes and throwing
That is the
them
same clip
against
from
the
last
side of
time.
the canyon here. Yes, very good. A new unique to enable base skill builds. Not just bash, all of the basic skills will cleave with this. So find out which one works best for you.
Yeah, Frenzy. Can I hear any Frenzy enjoyers?
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's move on to Druid here. So the Druid updates this season were mainly focused around Pulverize as kind of a main skill.
Are we gonna get the wudijo mention?
Wanted to look at. I'll get more into that as we talk about the Rotting Lightbringer in a moment, the new unique that talks with Pulverize. But ever since the PTR, we also realized that it was still underperforming baseline, so we've done some buffs to Pulverize just its raw damage output, as well as refactored some of the upgrades on it just to move around that to better work with the build with Rotting Lightbringer. But it wasn't just that. We also did a variety of other buffs on Druid. We know that Druid has historically, for the past handful of seasons, been probably the worst class in the game, certainly in terms of representation, how many people are playing it, how late into the end game, how strong they're getting. It's definitely fallen behind the pack.
Yes.
And so with that in mind, we've done buffs to a wide variety of the Druid builds. I can't just say any particular buff. It's a handful of legendaries and uniques and skills that got buffed up just to bring the whole class up a little bit. So let's take a look at that Rotting Lightbringer, that new unique. We did see this on the PTR, but it has been rather substantially reworked since then. We heard a lot of feedback that it wasn't quite as usable, it wasn't as good as it could be. So the new version of Rotting Lightbringer says that if no puddle is around you, then Pulverize is going to form a puddle of poison that guarantees its own overpower and deals a massive amount of its normal damage as poisoning over time.
Yeah, this is really excellent because you can just go around and just make a bunch.
Yes, it is no longer tied. It used to have like a 10-second cooldown, which felt really bad, where you would try to Pulverize and you're like, oh, the cooldown's not up, and then you move to the next pack and it doesn't work. It was very, it didn't work as well as you had hoped.
Yeah.
So with this new update, it should definitely work quite a bit better. And every time you do pulverize, all of the puddles around you are going to splash some of their damage, because what's better than splashing poison all around? Let's take a look at this new version of Rotting Lightbringer in action. So you run up, you form a puddle, you move off to the side, you make a second puddle, you can form more than just two, and every time that you pulverize, all of your existing puddles are going to do that little splash of AoE around them and pulse some more damage.
Yeah, so when you're in a room with just a ton of monsters, or like a strong room, for example.
Yeah.
Okay, they did
go around
exactly
and
what I told them.
have some fun in the sun.
It's exactly what I told
Or
them.
not the sun, because I guess you're in the dark dungeon. but
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, it is a
The
nightmare
sun
dungeon.
and the poison comes with you.
Yeah. Oh, how nice. Wonderful.
Okay, let's
gonna
move
be
on
fun,
to
I
the
think.
Necromancer here. The Necromancer, similar to Druid, had a variety of buffs, specifically to Golem builds, Bone builds, and Shadow builds. Some of these builds were definitely falling behind the rest of the pack on Necromancer and compared to other classes in the game. So we've done a handful of buffs to those builds since the PTR to bring them up and really help to make them a bit more competitive. Two of the outliers on Necromancer from last season were Soul Rift and Blood Wave, two of their ultimate skills that just were, Soul Rift in particular just did way too much for any one skill. Obviously it dealt damage, but then it gave you a barrier, it gave you resource, it gave you damage, increased all of your other damage output, refilled your potions.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a Druid, my second
And
class.
feared enemies.
after
So that's
Spiritborn.
a lot of
I wanna
things
play
for
this.
one skill to do. And we love ultimates doing a lot, but that was kind of one thing too many.
Yeah.
So on this season, we've removed the barrier generation from Soul Rift, and so if you want to get really tanky as a Necromancer, you're going to have to look for some alternate sources to make yourself a little tankier, alternate barrier sources as well.
Yeah, we want to give you all the tools you need to solve your problems, but we don't want you to solve all your problems through one of your tools.
Right. Yeah, Soul Rift was just doing a little bit too much for that. And that's why it was, kind of so dominant, so popular.
Yeah.
Blood Wave, another ultimate skill as well. That just did a ton of damage. Its damage output was exceptionally high.
Yes.
I think part of that was due to the overpower being so overpowered, and so some of the nerfs there would probably bring that down to size. So we expect Blood Wave to hopefully not be the absolute dominant way of playing Necromancer, and we hope that some of those other builds like Golem, Bone, and Shadow have a few other ways of playing. We've also got the new unique, the Hand of Nas. This is a pretty cool new way of playing the class, specifically Minion Necromancer. Let's take a look. So the Hand of Nas gives you more skeleton mages. So if you go all in on your mages, you sacrifice your warriors, you sacrifice your golems, you can now summon additional mages for each minion that you sacrificed. So you can have far more mages than before.
Yes.
And just like any good, RPG,
And also about the
your skeleton
shockwave, we'll
mages
see.
can get experience and level up.
Yeah,
So
let's go.
they attack 25 times, then they get to level up to a skeleton Archmage. And when they're in the Archmage form, they are harder to kill. They're going to teleport around to safety if they get attacked, and their attacks are going to occasionally shatter and deal bonus damage to the target and nearby enemies.
I think it
We
attacks
can take a
now,
look
right?
at this in action. You've got your big old back line of a ton of mages. You won't have your skeleton warriors. You won't have your golem if you really want to maximize your mages. So that really puts you, the Necromancer, as kind of being the front line for your army of minions. Kind of turns the traditional minion necro on its head a bit, whereas your minions are often the front line for you, and then you pump out the damage. In this kind of build, you're going to be the front lines trying to keep the enemies off your mages while they pump out the DPS from the back line.
Yeah, really, this makes it so you have a college of mages, one could say. And mages aren't the greatest at tanking, so, you got to figure that out yourself.
All right, we've got the Rogue up next. So the Rogue, we did some
Don't the
updates
minions have like permanent 90% damage reduction and stuff?
in this season. So much like Necromancer, where they had a couple of ultimate skills that were really dominant in the meta, specifically Death Trap and Shadow Clone on the Rogue. Death Trap was kind of like Soul Rift in a lot of ways, where it did a little bit too much of everything, did pull in, did damage, other damage increases. And the big problem with that from a balance standpoint was that it was very easy to be able to just hold down the Death Trap button and spam cast it.
Yeah.
That was due to a number of effects interacting to give you cooldown reduction on it and reset its cooldown, including whenever you overpowered or killed an enemy with it. It would help tick off some of that cooldown reduction. We've removed that functionality, so it's a little bit harder to get to that full zero cooldown Death Trap. If you are still really building your character out, you'll still be able to get there. It'll just be a little bit harder of a journey, similar to the philosophy on Soul Rift. We want you to be able to solve these problems, but it was a little too easy to do it on Death Trap and really short-circuited the progression cycle of building up your character and feeling that growth and that strength. Shadow Clone was doing a ton of damage, much like Bloodwave, and it kind of went a little bit against the fantasy of, you know, your Shadow Clone should be augmenting your strength, and it should be kind of mirroring your damage output. What, in reality, based on what it was doing, was like you did a little bit of damage, and the Shadow Clone dealt a ton of damage.
Yeah, it felt more like you were the Shadow Clone.
Yes, it did feel like that. Shadow Clone mimics your effects, but it also changes some of the skill tags that it works with. So Shadow Clone is an ultimate skill. It is a cutthroat skill. So no matter what it's casting, that skill is an ultimate and cutthroat skill. It basically allowed it to access some extra multipliers, some extra bonuses. Baseline, there is a kind of damage penalty on the Shadow Clone, and we've kind of increased that so it doesn't deal quite as much percentage damage, but is still a good modifier to your damage output. And we've also added some damage reduction component to it. So the Shadow Clone kind of takes some of the hits for you, right? Takes some of your damage and gives you that damage reduction instead. We talked about key passive earlier. Victimize is a key passive on Rogue that while we have reworked, it was one of those ones that was either like super weak or super strong, depending on the precise tuning. And it really was struggled to get that into to balance it well against other options. Right. And so we've done a rework here where it's damaging vulnerable enemies is going to cause them to do a burst of damage, but then you also deal multiplicative increased damage to those targets after you burst, you trigger that victimize effect on them. And we think this will get it to a much healthier state where it's like more consistently useful rather than all or nothing. And the new unique for Rogue this season is the Death Mask of Nirmatruk. And this one works with your flurry builds. Let's take a look here. So the Death Mask, you can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry. And what does that mean? That is a new term to Diablo 4. It means that if you don't have enough energy, you're going to spend life instead to cast your Flurry. And when you do spend life to cast Flurry, it's going to increase its damage and your attack speed rather substantially for a period of time. So you do get to go real fast, attack real quick, but be warned, the faster you attack without any energy, the more life you're spending, the closer to death you're going to get.
It's called a Death Mask for a reason.
Right, we've got a clip of this in action. So you are running through, you are dashing to enemies around, and casting Flurry super fast, even when you are out of energy. And now your life total is going to start draining the more flurries you cast.
I never get tired of this clip. It's perfect.
It's so ludicrous.
It is a great clip. Really embodies that like fast, stabby, frantic style that rogues are known for.
Yeah.
And definitely, I love how this like turns your build crafting options on its head. Typically, you want to get, oh, give me tons of resource generation. But you don't necessarily want that here, right? You want to be on low resource so that you can trigger the spending life. Because this effect basically does nothing if you're not spending life. And for all those hardcore players out there, be very warned that this one, it won't actually kill you, but it can bring you down to about 8% life, at which point pretty much anything else will kill you.
It will certainly help you die, that's for sure.
Aizen, you were talking about running this on hardcore for next season, right?
I was. I might be a little crazy.
All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, we've got updates here to Lightning Spear was one of the big ones. Lightning Spear had been kind of dominating the Sorceress meta for quite a while. It was like really the premier build for a long time. And this had a really interesting situation where out of the box, Lightning Spear was kind of terrible, right? You look at this skill and you're like, okay, how much damage does it do? How many enemies does it hit? What's its cooldown? And you're like, oh, this is awful. Like, it doesn't do anything. And then you get Splintering Energy, the legendary aspect, and suddenly it goes from nothing to best skill in the game.
Yeah, and we don't want skills out of the box to feel useless. We want them to feel powerful and good. And we also don't want aspects to have to carry that much weight on their shoulders. It's not good for either the base skill or the aspect.
So in this season, we've buffed up the base values of Lightning Spear rather substantially. I think it was like a 4 or 5 times increased damage. But we've looked at the Splintering Energy legendary and brought that down rather substantially. To be clear here, our goal is still that Lightning Spear, we do not want it to be the best way of playing Sorceress. It has had its time in the sun for a few seasons now. It's really been, I think it's time for some other options to rise up and be like some of the stronger builds on Sorceress. We still want it to be a viable way to play. We don't want to completely kill it to nothing, but it shouldn't be the absolute dominant or strongest way to play here Sorceress moving forward. To that point, we've updated Icefall and Firestarter. Icefall is a legendary Paragon node that works with your Frost skills. Those cold skills are going to do quite a bit more damage with this. So just some numerical buffs there. And the Firestarter, that's a legendary aspect that works with your flame skills. You know, the other 2 builds outside of Lightning on Sorceress. Firestarter previously just did kind of a chunk of moderate fire damage, but wasn't anything special. Now it also gives you multiplicative fire damage, which is really good if you are picking, say, the Fire Infusion Catalyst for your Heroic Spellcraft.
Oh, true. Or some crazy new unique that might be making its way into.
Yeah, a crazy unique like the Ophidian Iris.
I see people like talking about the Death Mask and it's gonna kill you and stuff like that. It won't. Just play the maximal build, guys.
It makes Hydra into a core skill, and it's always going to summon a 3-headed Hydra, and those Hydra's attacks explode on impact. Now, previously, you could build up effects that gave you more heads to your Hydra, and for every head above 3 that your Hydra would have had, instead it grows in size and deals multiplicatively more damage. We tested this out on the PTR, and one of the big points of feedback was that there's kind of 2 ways of building Hydra. You can build with more crit focus, like crit and fire, or more burning damage focus. And previously, the affixes on the Ophidian Iris really tried to force you into the critical strike version of the build. And we've updated them here, so we removed that critical strike chance and added attack speed, which is good for both. And changed the ranks of the passive over to Primordial Binding, which is once again good for both, rather than giving you
TLDR, Burn was already way better and it got further ahead.
Generic and allow you to play it whichever way you like and kind of equally support it. Let's take a look at this clip of the before and after in this terms of size. So on the left, you got your little piddly, normal-sized Hydra. If you build up a whole bunch of bonus Hydra heads, you get the big boy Hydras on the right, whose attacks explode on impact. Obviously, they deal a ton more damage. They kill the enemies much faster. And it just looks a lot bigger and a lot more visually impressive.
They are absolute units.
They really are. You get to become a Hydra parent. And also, honestly, I've never felt bad for a Khazra test dummy before, but I feel kind of bad for this guy.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to playing with this one on next season.
Yeah, this will be this is exactly what I'll be running for season 9, Charles.
That's sweet. All right, let's move on to the final class, Spiritborn. So for Spiritborn this season, we've looked at updating the Razor Wings build. That's a build that has had some support, but never really quite got there. We've made some adjustments to some of the legendaries that affect that build to really help bring it up and make it a bit more robustly supported. I want to talk a little bit about the Hunter, the Jaguar ultimate skill. We tested a change on the PTR where we, so currently on Season 8, and ever since it's launched, it had this mechanic where if you kill an enemy while the Hunter is active, it has a chance to reset its cooldown completely. So if you get lucky and you get a lot of kills, you can kind of spam cast Hunter until you, until you miss, basically.
Right.
We tested out a change on the PTR where instead of doing that, it would just give a more consistent amount of cooldown reduction. And this was, we heard loud and clear that that is not fun. It was really not what you wanted. Players really liked that kind of feast or famine version of Hunter, where it had that gameplay texture of constantly resetting and that mini game of making sure you maximize the number of kills for the short duration that it's active.
Yeah, it had really it evolved into like a core part of the spirit of the Jaguar, and we don't want to have to take that away.
Right. So this is one of the great things about testing these types of changes on PTR is that we're allowed to make these bit like more dramatic changes, and then if they don't work out, we'll revert them. And so in this case, we decided to revert those changes back to what it was before. Now, for context, the reason we tried to do that change in the first place was that the Hunter was by far the most popular ultimate skill on Spiritborn. I think something like 90+% of Spiritborn players were using the Hunter. And that's not really healthy for build diversity. And we thought, okay, if we adjust its cooldown mechanic, that will be what we need to change. So instead, we looked at some numerical adjustments to it, so it doesn't have quite as many bonuses whenever it does function, but it still functions the same as before.
Yeah.
And in order to promote a bit more diversity, we've buffed up the other ultimate skill options. The other 3 Spirit Guardians now will give you other ways of giving multiplicative damage whenever you have them active. The Devourer will give you multiplicative poison damage. The Gorilla Ultimate, the Protector, will give you bonus damage while you stand in his area that he's pounding down on, gives you that area of power. And the Seeker, the Eagle Ultimate, will give you guaranteed critical strikes while it's active.
Awesome.
And finally, we've got the new unique item, a Balazan's Max Latel. We've got, I've been working on that pronunciation.
Nice.
So good.
Been working on that one. Nailed it. All right, so Balazan's Max Latel, we've got, let's take a look at that. This is the new Pants unique. It triggers when you attack enemies who are close, it'll trigger your Thorns damage as poisoning damage. So it's like poison and Thorns combination here. And every time that you've retaliated with Thorns, so you've gotten hit recently, then that poisoning damage is going to increase.
I really love this unique because it speaks to the spirit of Thorns, which is like, I must be hit and then I retaliate.
Right.
But like expands on that, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it gives you more consistent value. Like if you're not getting hit, your Thorns was worthless. Now you building up Thorns is still positive offensive value, even if you're not getting.
Dead unique, they say, huh? Did you realize that currently Spiritborn is like at least 10 pit tiers ahead of all the other classes?
Powerful.
With this item?
Very, very strong. We did adjust its numbers down quite substantially. The percentage of Thorns converted has been reduced. We still expect this to be a very powerful build, but you know it's gotten brought down a notch or two because it was by far the most powerful build that we saw on the PTR.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a clip of this in action here. Right, so you're standing in the middle, you're getting hit, you're clicking your defensive skills so that you can survive, and then once you get hit and stack that up, you can go around and apply bonus poisoning Thorns damage to all the enemies around you.
Those idiots. Why are they even hitting you?
I don't know. All right, and so that covers all of the class updates. Once again, make sure you check out the patch notes after the live stream here. Check out the blog. It's got all of the details. I kind of glossed over some of them because there's so many details to go into.
That's a lot.
Go and check those out for all of the very specific changes that we're making.
It didn't mention Jaggerhole,
Can't wait for you to
so that surprised me.
To try out all of these.
I wonder if it's in the patch notes?
Thank you for that, Charles. Take a bow. Yeah, the patch notes are absolutely massive this season. They won't be hitting in all languages following the stream. We're looking to have those published just prior to the start of the season on July 1st. So some languages will be available, but expect most of them towards the start of the season because the patch notes are absolutely massive. So like Charles said, dive into them, get those changes, and Charles, can we get that Spiritborn unique name one more time?
Balazan's Max Latel.
Balazan's Max Latel. Heard it here first. The man's a pro. The man's a pro. So as we've gone through the stream, we've got all these great components from Season 9 coming through. We've got the Project Strong Rooms, we've got Escalating Nightmares, we have all these excellent balance changes and class updates coming in. So it
Not
feels like
much
we've got this
bingo
nice
here,
cake,
actually.
and we just need a little bit of frosting and some sprinkles just to finish it off. So I know, Aislinn, you've got some nice little tidbits to get into towards the end in terms of system updates. So what can we look forward to in Season 9?
Yeah, so not only have we done all these awesome, specific Season 9 things, we've also done our best to improve the game eternally or in an evergreen fashion or permanently, however you want to say it. So yeah, a big thing that we learned from Season 8 is that we really like it when we feel like we have different ways we can play the season. So in Season 8 specifically, you went into the apparition incursions, and it sometimes ended up feeling while you were leveling like you had to do it a bit more than you actually wanted to. Like you'd rather go do some other things. And so the way we want to change that in Season 9 and going forward forever is elites and bosses are now going to grant seasonal reputation regardless of what the season is. It doesn't matter what the season theme is, you can always make progress towards reputation by killing those strong enemies. So that should make it so it doesn't matter if you're going to the seasonal activity, you're still going to make progress. The seasonal activity or whatever exists in a season will still be a really fantastic source of that specific seasonal power and rep and currency and what have you. But we want you to feel like you can just take some detours and explore the game at your own pace and in your own way, and the season still recognizes that. And similarly, we had Lair Hordes grant seasonal currency in Season 8 specifically because it was the season of bosses, but we decided to just keep that going forward because basically all roads lead to lair bosses now. Like you're going to find lair keys by doing a variety of activities. And so it felt like a very ubiquitous place for us to imbue seasonal currency into the game as well. And this isn't to say, like, this isn't an exhaustive list, right? Oh, I gotta wave over here. This isn't an exhaustive list. You are still going to be earning extra seasonal reputation and seasonal currency from doing seasonal specific stuff too. So it should just be a much larger pool of ways to play. But yeah, so with that said, let's jump into some of the permanent details or permanent changes and details of the Nightmare Dungeon and Escalation Nightmare systems. So Dan already went over this quite a bit, but I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the why and the how of this all. So we added a bunch of new affixes, positive affixes to Nightmare Dungeons. And the reason why we wanted to do this is because we wanted to make sure that when you're sifting through your different Nightmare Dungeons, it feels like you have different options for how you can make progress for your economy. So you'll notice that these blue affixes, like the Herodic Materials Reserve, Gem Reserve, Gold Reserve, they're pretty self-explanatory. If you go into those dungeons, you are going to get more materials from the chests that appear, or more gems, or more gold. And there's quite a few of these different positive affixes. And the big impetus behind this is we really wanted you to be able to sift through your Nightmare Dungeons, find the gap in what you're currently looking for. Like, for example, if you want to craft a Herodic Jewel and you need gem fragments, go find the Herodic Gem Reserve Nightmare Dungeons and run a bunch of them. And so hopefully this is like a tool that you guys can utilize and really patch up those problems. And secondarily, we also know that if players are going to be going into Nightmare Dungeons much more frequently going forward, that there should probably be a lot of replayability and variety in the negative affix experience too, so it kind of feels a little different and cool. So we really took our time. We kind of rebranded, rethemed a bunch of the affixes. We added a bunch of new ones, like Dark Omen is specifically an entirely new one. So be careful going into one of those dungeons. And we also added many more of the potential elite affix, the elite affixes that can appear on Nightmare Dungeons, like for example, Waller, Vampiric is another one. And this is all just, again, to make Nightmare Dungeons feel like there's more variety as you're playing through all of them. Awesome. So yeah, I think we can go forward here and check out what a actual Herodic Reserve looks like. Just as a PSA, so if you go in and you're chomping through a Nightmare Dungeon, that's what a Herodic Reserve will look like. So there will be a bunch of those throughout a Nightmare Dungeon. Make sure to open all those to get your nifty new positive affix rewards. And then on top of that, of course, we have the new permanent addition, the Escalating Sigils, which are just Nightmare Dungeons, but even punchier. So, as Dan was saying, we made it so you're getting even more rewards from these things as you're escalating. They're going to raise in difficulty as you go through each escalation, which I would like to point out does mean that you can surpass Torment 4 with these now, which can get very terrifying. And there's also unique affixes that can only appear on Escalating Sigils. And here we have the actual Astaroth affix, or rather the Astaroth list of affixes that we're going to be dealing with when we fight Astaroth. So Dan kind of alluded to this, but we can see that one of the negative affixes here is Meteor Storm. That's an Astaroth-specific affix, and that actually changes the way the Astaroth fight works. And there are quite a few of these. So every time you go in and fight Astaroth, it's going to feel a little different. There's going to be different challenges you have to face. And there's also going to be a lot of really fantastic rewards that he drops too. Like, for example, the Riches of Keys gives you, I think, like Infernal Compasses and Undercity Tributes. And Lord Zier's Offering gives you quite a few keys to go and fight Lord Zier. And, it's all modular, it's all randomized, and it's a lot. It's a lot of rewards, which is great. But it's a lot harder too, which is also fun. But yeah, so that's the overall on these Nightmare Dungeon and Escalating Sigil things. And I just want to say, as one last thing, like I mentioned before, this is something that we want to continuously improve upon because it is such a major new thing. And we knew that Nightmare Dungeons needed some love, and we're really happy we got the opportunity to do that here. And we want to continue to foster and cultivate the system going forward. So please, any more feedback you have, shoot it our way. All right, and with all that said, let's move on to some more general quality of life updates to the game as a whole. So first of all, here we have the legendary item drop updates. So typically in Diablo 4, what we've done is when you go up in Torment tiers, you find more items, but we've decided to make it so you also find a higher quality of items when you go up in Torment tiers as well. This means that as you go from Torment 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you are going to find more ancestral items and thus also more greater affixes. We wanted to do this because we were finding that people on higher Torment tiers, as characters were getting to 2 and 3, etc., the loot wasn't quite keeping up with the state their character was in and what they expected to receive. And so we're trying this out, and let us know what you think. And I just wanted to do a quick call out that this also applies to lair bosses. Like, it applies to everything, but I wanted to specifically call out that it applies to lair bosses, which is great because now we're going to be finding more ancestral versions of lair boss unique items too. All right. Let's move on to the resource economy. There's quite a few of these here. So first of all, we saw that people were not finding as many legendary runes as they would like. It felt too sluggish to get through that journey. So we've kind of done quite a few changes to that overall. Now the Tribute of Harmony, which is specifically the tribute that grants quite a few runes, will grant even more and a higher quality of runes. All Undercity tributes, not just the Tribute of Harmony, will also grant runes. So if you're finding yourself light on runes, going to Undercity is typically a really good place. And then finally, we also increased the quality chance, the chance for legendary runes to drop from fighting lair bosses and their lair boss horde too. So just kind of all throughout the game, that's just a bit better. We've made quite a few improvements to whisper caches. So like the gold cache is much more lucrative. The material cache is more lucrative. The gem caches are more lucrative. A lot of ancillary stuff just feels better and are better choices than they used to be. We want to make sure that when you're actually looking at the potential whisper caches, that each of them feels like it would actually make a difference. And so that's the big impetus there. We have made our jewelers across Sanctuary adopt more business-friendly practices. Their cash is no longer quite as ludicrously expensive, and it also drops significantly more rings and amulets. So they're a little bit nicer now. And then Infernal Hordes also is going to be dropping more gems. And then finally, something we wanted to add here is there's going to be increased drop rate for Scrolls of Escape, specifically in Hardcore. We found that you weren't getting quite as many as we would like you to in that mode, and so we want to make sure that you have just enough to go and test yourself against those really challenging lair boss fights when you feel like your build is ready. All right, and let's dive into into our next slide here. So. This is just to go over, basically, this is a lot of information. So let's just talk briefly about what is permanent and what is exclusive to Season 9, just kind of as a recap. So, permanent to both the Eternal and Seasonal realms, now and forever, we have the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So you are going to be finding Heraldric Strong Rooms on both the Eternal and the Seasonal realms. You're going to be able to go into Escalating Nightmares in both. You're going to find all these new Nightmare Dungeon affixes and Escalating Nightmare affixes permanently in the game. And of course, all the new uniques for each class are permanent. And then exclusive to Season 9 is the quest line, Exploring the Sins of the Herodrum. The Heraldric Spellcraft, the Catalysts and the Infusions and the Arcana. The Heraldric Jewels. And then, of course, the Seasonal Reputation Board and the rewards from that are exclusive to Season 9. All right, so that about wraps it up for the Evergreen updates here for Season 9. And just to kind of touch on the PTR and the learnings and kind of our thoughts and our culture on PTR. So we already kind of went over the systems updates that were changed since PTR. I'll go over them again very briefly. So lair bosses now have an increased chance to drop legendary runes. There's a increased drop rate to Scrolls of Escape in Hardcore, and there was the massive pass on all things Nightmare Dungeon to improve the tuning and make affixes meaner and stuff like that. But I just wanted to take a moment to say that the PTR for us as a team is just amazing. We really cannot stress this enough. Like, when the PTR goes live and you guys start talking about the game, the air in the office is electrifying. We're all so excited to see what you guys have to say, and we're just we're running around, we're talking to each other, we're like, oh, like this is, did you see this? Like maybe we should change this, or et cetera, et cetera. And it's just great. It's great for the vibes. It's great for the game. And just a heartfelt thank you from us to you for helping us make Diablo as good as it can possibly be.
Yeah, we absolutely love reading all the feedback, watching videos that people post, or posting online on social media or other places for feedback on our forums. It's really amazing to see players like trying out the new stuff and giving feedback on what's working, what's not. And then we really do listen and adjust based on that. We try to find the best ways of delivering a really high quality experience every season. And the PTR is really instrumental for us to be able to do that.
It absolutely is. And like, this season was wild for PTR updates. We made so many changes, and it was just super helpful to hear everything you guys had to say.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Like, being able to have players jump in, test the content, also gives us such a better feel for how things are going to go in season launch. So then we know we can take a confident step forward, knowing that our players who are just diehard Diablo 4 fans have given us their greatest feedback. And then when the season launches on July 1st, we now know that we already have all these problems addressed. We've got these bugs that are taken care of, and even just like in terms of like bugs or challenging or the unique that got entirely overhauled. Sure. We now have that chance to make those changes ahead of time. So yeah, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for jumping in and testing and giving us all your feedback, because we appreciate it and it does make this game a whole lot better. So thank you for that. And that brings us closer to the end of our show. We've got some excellent Q&A lined up for you. So we're going to bring Dan back from Albany. And we do have a few questions lined up. The first thing that we do want to ask our devs here is, for the Heroic Spellcraft, are those powers account bound? Are they partition bound? Or do you need to level them up specifically for each alt?
Yeah, so they're going to be partition bound. So on, for example, seasonal softcore, if you make a new character, you'll have all your progress from your previous seasonal softcore character. So it's partition bound. If you make a new seasonal hardcore character, you would have to find the new Heroic Spellcraft, but then any future seasonal hardcore character you make would have access to that same progression.
Awesome, nice. Okay, we've got our first question coming in from the Sanctuary Discord. Getty asks, how does the team currently feel about boss design? Are invulnerable phases something you're looking to continue with in future bosses? And that's an interesting one, because the Astaroth fight that just came back does have some interesting mechanics that aren't quite invulnerability, but it's more of like a segmented phase. So.
Yeah, so that's something that we've been talking about a lot internally, with the new changes to the layer bosses. I think it's something that we, sometimes it's important, like it's cool for like the vibes of the fight if a boss has an invulnerability phase, but we also recognize that like once you get to a point where you feel like you can beat a boss, sometimes the invulnerability phase can feel like an obstacle, potentially an unwanted obstacle. And so the team has definitely been exploring some ways that we can create that similar feeling without necessarily putting a hard stop on a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely some examples even already in the game where it's like, hey, if you're able to kind of beat a DPS check and you're able to get the boss like down to a certain amount or kill it before the phase, then you're able to do that. That's definitely one good example that we're definitely looking at kind of replicating in some other boss fights.
Nice. Okay, Charmed Chaos. Does the strong room time count against the dungeon's completion time, or are they separate?
Dan, you want to take that one?
I'm thinking about this right now, and I am not entirely certain. My guess is that it does count towards the dungeon completion time, but yeah, I think we're going to have to, go back to the team and post an update online about that.
Cool. I guess it's a philosophical question of, is the strong room its own realm? Like, are you, defying the logic of where you are in the dungeon? Or, I mean, you do blast through it pretty quick, which is good. But then, you might take your time leaving it or going back in to find some more goodies. So, yeah, that's an excellent question.
I don't get it. Like, what kind of completion time are we talking about?
Don't be sad, Panda Bear. At Diablo, do we still get Obdicite in these escalation nightmare dungeon runs?
Oh, yeah, you do. There's also even some, or not some, there is an affix that increases the amount of Obdicite you get. And again, also the escalating Nightmare dungeon runs scale. So as you, or scale with rewards, excuse me, and difficulty. But as you go up and up and up, you just get more Obdicite and the affixes become better. So if you find like the extra Obdicite affix later on, it's like showering Obdicite. It's a lot.
That's unreal. That's absolutely unreal. This one's for you. Might be for Aislinn. The Bird King. Has anything been confirmed about GA or general greater affix rates going up at higher torment tiers?
Oh, yeah. So that slide we had talking about the increased quality per torment, they will be going up, yes. You're going to be finding more ancestral items, and so consequentially, you're going to be finding more greater affix items and items with more greater affixes as well.
Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn.
Okay, they did not actually
Scream
buff
Hard. At Diablo,
the
question
higher
Q&A.
GA
Will we
chances.
start to see seasonal power systems incorporated into the base game? There have been several that I was fond of that could add depth.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. Obviously, every season when we make some of these powers, like the Heraldic Spellcraft or the Witchcraft powers and the Boss powers in the past, they were exclusive to that season.
Yep.
That being said, we are a team with a bunch of designers who are always looking for good ideas, and especially good ideas that have proven to work in the game. And so we definitely, when we're looking at making future systems and future improvements to the game, we are absolutely looking at some of the best performing seasonal powers and thinking about how we can integrate that into the game. So it's very likely you'll see some of the better received and more popular seasonal powers potentially return in the future. But for the time being, they do still exist just in their season. But they are absolutely still on our radar to bring back in other forms and other ways for future content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do love, even for the season overall, instead of, having seasonal powers that we have and then look at the favorite ones, such a massive part of the mechanics of this season are just already going to be permanent and in eternal and seasonal realms, which is so nice. So
it's true.
Yeah, really just those power systems are really the seasonal parts. And a lot of our focus on seasonal development is plussing up base aspects of the game, like the Nightmare Dungeon system as a whole. We're looking at making sure that part of the game is improved and is evergreen. And then a lot of the powers are things that are exclusive for the season, but we are still looking out for good designs and ways of bringing back the popular ones for the future.
Hell yeah, absolutely, Charles. Mippy, at Diablo, are the escalating Nightmare Sigils craftable or only droppable? Important question for leveling. I think I might send that one to you, Dan.
Yeah, that's another one I'm not sure about, unfortunately.
So I believe they should only be able to drop from the Heraldic Strong Rooms. That's where you'll be finding escalation sigils.
Right. And I think in...
So, I just, to the point, if you want to try to be farming them, you can craft Nightmare Sigils trying to find ones that have the Heraldic Strong Room guaranteed on there.
Right.
And then run the ones with the strong room. So it's a little bit, you can't maybe craft them directly, but you can craft ways of farming them.
You can definitely go out of your way to find Heraldic Strong Rooms, which then brings you to Escalation Nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those pre-Torment Nightmare Escalation Sigils, you're going to be getting that from the Seasonal Reputation track. So before you are pre-Torment, if you want to play those and get used to them before you actually get to face off against Astaroth in post-Torment levels, you will be getting that from the Seasonal Reputation track. So look out for those. The Creether. Cool name.
Ooh.
How do you come up with the names for your uniques? Some of them are really interesting, and some are hard to pronounce.
That's true.
Are the names coming from lore, or just, did you find something cool that ended up fitting with the names?
A lot of times they come from a lore. A lot of our uniques are handled by our wonderful narrative designers and quest designers who really have a firm grip on the lore and the world building of Sanctuary and all of the characters and factions within there. And so a lot of them do come from that. Some of them are a bit, maybe a bit more generic. I'd say like ones that maybe don't tie to a specific person, but a lot of them do, and that's handled by our wonderful narrative and quest designers.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, like Death Mask of Near My Truck.
Near My Truck,
yeah.
Chat was picking up also on the phonetic of "It's near my truck."
Oh yeah, it's near my truck.
That is how we.
we've been saying that a lot.
Truck, yes.
leading up to this stream. Awesome. Okay. Oh, Draketh90. Will you consider allowing other boss fights to be customized with affixes like Astaroth? Sounds like a cool way to keep layered bosses dynamic and fresh.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're really excited about the system with Astaroth, where he's going to feel different each time you fight him. So that's definitely something that we are always looking to imbue more replayability into the game, because Diablo is just lives and dies by like how much fun it is to go and do stuff over and over. And so that's definitely something that we can take a look at in the future, and like different mechanics to ensure that fighting layer bosses or fighting other bosses in the game feel exciting and different each time you go in and fight them. And Astaroth is a great example of that, and we're excited for you to try it out.
Unreal. And our last question comes from either Jajapur or Yayapur or Hahapur, depending on the pronunciation. This one's for you, Charles, and it's less of a question, more of a request, I think.
Okay.
When can we expect more skill-changing uniques like the new Necro one? Give us one for multiple golems with a little smiley face.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, so obviously every season we are making a new unique for every class, and we really try to focus on giving brand new ways of playing or ways to kind of revitalize existing builds. Like obviously golem builds exist, so it is absolutely valid that we could potentially see one in the future that allows you to have additional golems. I can't specifically promise that just yet, but we're working on making brand new cool stuff every season.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, that takes us to the end of the Q&A. Thank you all for your incredible questions, and thank you to the community team for sourcing those. We really appreciate all the things that you want to know about the game. So yeah, and that brings us to the end of the stream. Keep in mind, we do have patch notes dropping following the stream, so check those out for any changes. And we did have the season overview blog launch this past Tuesday. So for all the needs, all the things you want to know, you'll find it there. But also, hopefully you've claimed your sorcerer staff already, but if you want more Twitch drops, actually, you know what, before
this is the final bingo, I guess.
We sort of addressed this on the stream, Dan touched on it, but for Season 9, the pet that you'll be able to earn from the season journey, claim Iris if you haven't already, but this is Dante. So if all the keen-eyed viewers, you've probably seen Dante running around, begging for treats. This is what he'll do when you hit the pet emote.
Cute guy.
So here's Dante. He is a good boy, even though he does look pretty menacing. He'll definitely keep people off your lawn, that's for sure. But yeah, finishing Chapter 6 of the season journey will earn you Dante. And remember, you don't have to complete all of the tasks in Chapter 6. You just need to complete enough to hit the reward level. So yeah, be sure to go in and claim him. And if you haven't already, be sure to claim Iris.
Aspirational good boy.
Here's our season overview. Take a screenshot of this. This is hosted on our blog. This gives you all the details you need for Season 9. Since the Herodrum gives you a great overview look at that. So you can definitely check those out. And if you enjoyed the Twitch drops on this stream, launching with our season on July 1st all the way through July 19th, you can watch at least 3 hours of any eligible Diablo 4 content creator, and you can grab the Glensoul Arbalest crossbow for the Rogue. And if you want some more details on that, we've got a Twitch drops blog publishing after the show. But yeah, 3 hours with any eligible channel in the Diablo 4 directory, and you'll be able to grab that sweet, sweet crossbow skin.
Yeah, so cool.
Buckle up for that. And then we do have a very special delivery, because also with July 1st is Charles Dunn's birthday.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
So happy birthday to Charles Dunn. With the season start, we've got a very special cake presenter.
Yes, my birthday is July 1st, so we're launching a whole Diablo season just for my birthday.
Yes, so it's all for Charles Dunn.
Adam's getting ready for right at the end, and then Adam popped in. I was like, okay, now it's cake time. So there's Adam.
Thank you so much.
It wouldn't be a stream without a surprise Adam appearance. Love that. So yeah, so you can celebrate the launch of the stream, and you can celebrate the launch of the season and Charles Dunn's birthday, which is fantastic. And then following the stream, if you did have some more questions or you just want some more Diablo 4 content, Aislinn Hall is going to be joining Nacho in the Sanctuary Discord for another edition of Burning Questions. So Aislinn's doing double duty today. Right after the stream, she's running back to her desk and then jumping in the Sanctuary Discord to answer all those burning questions.
Is that like
and we will be rating Nacho's stream
what is that?
This one, so you can stick around and just check it out here if you'd like that as well.
Yeah.
I do want to give a huge thank you to everyone involved with the stream. Thank you to production for putting everything together. Also, for those of you at home, thank you for being here and joining with us. I can't believe, I think Rich called it out. It's our 29th stream for Diablo 4, which is just crazy. You know, Dan sticks around 3 hours later on the East Coast, so Dan's been staying up late with us throughout this week. So you all don't get to see just how busy Aizen, Charles, and Dan all are, and they dedicate a lot of time at their schedule to be here. So we really do appreciate you being here, and thanks for tuning in. So yeah, July 1st, Season 9 Sins of the Harajam is launching. Check out those patch notes following the stream, and we'll see you all in Sanctuary.
Awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
All right. Well, it sounds like they've actually done something pretty cool with the Nightmare Dungeons after all, so I'm kind of excited to see it in action and hope that it's good enough. But this whole, like, you know, like more rewards, more juice, higher difficulty, it seems like they actually did that. So that could be fun. We're gonna have something in Torment 4 to do that is like not just, you know, one-shot everything from the start, basically, right? And it kind of like scales a bit beyond that, so I wonder how far. They said like a few pit tiers or so. So I imagine that probably like each floor in the Nightmare escalation is probably something like a ×2, ×3 or more, which should be noticeable. But it only goes to 3 floors anyway, right? And then the 4th is Astaroth. So I guess Astaroth is gonna be actually much harder now. Is Druid scuffed? Yeah, we don't know. I mean, basically every Druid build that is worth a damn is an overpower build, and they just nerfed overpower builds by noticeable amount. Depends a bit on the build, but probably in the range of half. So it's a pretty big nerf, to be fair, for overpower builds. But probably something that was like needed for long term. Because, you know, scaling life into damage just kind of was too good, I guess. So we'll see. Maybe they're gonna do some other adjustments with overpower or something in the future. Poison Polarized Season Start login. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Definitely excited for that. But I'll start a Spiritborn and then do the Druid after. What is Poison T-Rate's gonna look like? That depends on how strong is Shadow Clone now. So it seems like they nerfed rogues across the board with the Shadow Clone stuff. And there's basically not really any build out there that doesn't use Shadow Clone besides Poison TB, to be fair. Poison TB actually does not run it. And Rain of Arrows, I guess, and Death Trap. So every other rogue build actually runs Shadow Clone and is nerfed. So we'll have to see how this will go. Rogue is kind of dead. Nah, Rogue is gonna be insane, so it's fine. But we'll see like how much the Shadow Clone nerf is actually going to do. What about Victimize? They didn't even show what they revoked Victimize, so I have no idea. They just said it revoked it, but you have no idea what they did. So yeah. Razor Wing buffs. Yeah, I believe it when I see it. I mean, Razor Wing is so far down. Do we even have it listed? Wait, I think we have it. I think it's actually literally the lowest build that we have, right? Yeah. So this here is Razor Wings. So to go from here to here, well, let's say something like this here, right? So if you go from like bottom of D to middle of A or so to kind of like infuse a bit of hype, this would be something like a roughly times 1,000 increase or something like that, maybe needed. So yeah, I don't really believe in Razor Wings right now. Patch notes are out. Well, let's do that. Let's check some of the big stuff. Jaguar. What? Okay, no Jaguar. Spirit Hall? No. Okay, they actually did not nerf it. Okay, Spiritborn is fine, guys. Okay. Victimize, let's see that. Dealing direct damage to vulnerable enemy has up to a 50% chance to cause an explosion, dealing 200% of the same type of surrounding enemies. Enemies hit by this explosion takes 75% increased damage from you for 3 seconds. Okay. So it's effectively, they gave up on trying to make it deal damage, and it's just, hey, you get a 75 buff. And that's it. Interesting. I mean, okay, how far away are victimized builds from something like Azure builds? Because it kind of does the same thing just as an AoE, but I guess it still has like the same problem of like being like very clunky with like limited and proc rate and stuff. They add polarized size temper. Yeah, this is already what we expected because the unique mentioned that. Okay, what else do we have here? Oh shit, they put this into utility category. That is kinda good. But they nerfed this a lot. So it's probably gonna be a crazy range build. I wonder if they changed anything about crazy range actually. Polarized damage increase. Polarized deals increased damage to crowd control enemies and bosses. So they actually removed the guaranteed all power there. Interesting. 18 seconds, polarized guaranteed all power makes enemies take 20% more damage for 5 seconds. So you have clearly like the DPS one and the defensive one, and this one is just like, yeah, I mean you always choose this one anyway, right? That is a kind of weird change on Crazy Rage, I gotta say. That's pretty strong. Okay, seems like there's actually a lot of changes in here, man. It's gonna be a while to go through this. Any other like big stuff? What about a Flurry Helmet? They showed a Flurry Helmet already. Flurry Helmet is very strong. Shockwave aspects. Okay, Shockwave. Does it say that? Will now trigger the puddle effect from Rotting Lightbringer. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this is really cool. So they actually did the full list of their Lightbringer changes. Yeah, that's gonna be fun, man. I'm looking forward to that. Dude, look at those Druid buffs, actually. 80% on Raven Bear. Rampaging Werbeast goes 100%. Okay. Yeah, I think in general the overpower changes will probably mean that any build that is not already overpowering or like overpower synergetic in some way is probably not going to go for overpowers at all anymore. Like Sun Rune is gonna be okay. It's if maybe you can get like decent uptime and it's still like a 50% damage boost while it's up, right? But you have to have something like of at least, I don't know, 30 to 50% uptime on like Sun Rune in order to use that. Else you can just go like full rune or, you know, some other random bullshit basically. So is it like radius or size tempers? I want to see this. Web innovation, new utility recipe, polarized size, mole size, and petrify duration. Okay, so no Earth Spike size. I was hoping for Earth Spike, but that's not happening apparently. Death Trap, we should check that. Death Trap. I mean, this doesn't matter. Oh, they actually did remove the additional pull on the Death Trap. Killing or overpowering enemy has a 20% chance to reset its cooldown. Okay. Skill ranks beyond 5 increase the chance for Death Trap to reset by 1% per rank. Damage reduced from 300 to 200. What about the Ice in the Dark? I guess I brought those back though. Yeah, okay, so they made us use Ice in the Dark again. So previously we were not running Ice in the Dark on Death Trap on the PTR. But I expected it would fix that, so they did it. 60% damage bonus. Earth Spike aspect. Okay, what did they change? Earth Spike. It launches 2 rows of spikes in a line. Oh, that's kind of neat. It's like a bit more coverage, which the build kind of needed. And I guess on big bosses you can actually overlap the two. Eagle Horn now always bounces. Oh, I wonder what it do. Now always bounces at least once. Okay. So I guess it's just like, it means it like turns around or something, even if it just hits the air. Is that what it's supposed to do? Yeah, I suggested to them to make like a rework for this where it's like you charge up, you know, kind of like snipe in PoE or something, where you like charge it up and then the longer you charge, the stronger it gets or so, and you have some cool like, you know, Kamehameha pen shot playstyle. That would be pretty fun, I think. But this could also be like a new unique to make at some point potentially. But something like that would be very fun, I think. Check the victimized change. Yeah, it's just like a free 75% multi instead of close quarters where you have to try. So it's like you have another option now. Instead of going close quarters, you can play with victimize. And that might change a few builds slightly, but it's not really like a buff or a nerf to anything. Storm Strike. After chaining Storm Strike, will now chain back to old targets after running out of new targets to chain to. I mean, that's like a good change, but not nearly enough, I guess. Unless they also changed the unique. What's it called? Crow. Yeah, it's a... Spiritborn bug fixes snapshot for thorns. That's a good question actually in Balazan. I told them this is like high priority. Okay, yeah, they fixed that. Good. Yeah, this was very important to fix. So previously, you walk into a pit and, you know, all of your dynamic thorns buffs would not apply to the pants. Like, you know, like pressing Armored Hide or pressing counterattack with the Thorns Glyph and so on. So all of that stuff didn't work. You had to activate everything and then you had to put a passive point on your skill tree. And then adding the passive point would re-snapshot it and then you would have your buffs. So it's good that I fixed this, so you don't have to worry about this shit. Okay, what about Razor Wings? Reflected Razor Wings, non-spiraling, now targets nearby enemies. Okay, that's kind of cool. Active ability changed to now increase potency damage by 5% for each active Razor Wing. That's also cool. It's an offensive, okay. And this used to be a movement aspect, right? But I mean, Razor Wings is very far away from anything, I believe so. But they did do this, yeah. Could be fun to like make an alt Spiritborn and try some Razor Wings. Especially with the non-spiraling version, you know, so we can actually play like a range build. Yo, just a fan. Thank you for the sub. Will Pulverized Druid be top tier leveling build now? Yeah, leveling it's pretty decent anyway for rogue for Druid standards. I guess it depends a bit on Druid. There's like a lot of RNG for the drops because you can't really get a lot of like good codex powers from dungeons. So Druid is basically always just like Turbo Companion, maybe you get the Vinci aspect, and then you just blast with whatever you find and hope for the best. But yeah, Pulverize with the new weapon, it's a pretty big buff. It's not gonna be like the best build, but it's gonna be a pretty big buff for sure. 2 Pulverize, which was pretty down bad. Eldritch Bounty, yeah, there was a lot of feedback about that. It was kind of stupid. And now it's just now it's just a passive. We don't even have to do anything. It's kind of weird. I feel like this condition was totally fine. Like a 9-second timer was totally acceptable. I'm not sure why they just removed that entirely, but at least you don't have to have this thing on the bar anymore, so that's good. I guess effectively it doesn't really make a difference. It just like looks kind of, you know, oh, here's some numbers, and you don't have to do anything for it, right? Okay, what else? Wait. No, this doesn't actually change anything, right? So it's still the same cap, so precision is not buffed. I can look at mixture is changed. Increase the potency of your immune skills and non-physical by 50%. Yo, that's actually a pretty big buff. Interesting, they didn't even mention this. The percentage of damage to close increased from 25 to 50. They also did that, yeah. They actually like threw in a bunch of stuff. Okay, what did they do on the Shadow Clown? Damage reduced from 60 to 40. That's actually a much smaller nerf than I had anticipated. Okay, I also removed that though. Currently 20% damage reduction for duration. Yeah. Okay, so they basically halved the Shadow Clone damage. But they gave like some other buffs to the key passes and so on. But realistically, Death Trap. Okay, like how much did they nerf Death Trap? They did nerf Death Trap mostly for this, and then a third here. So the other builds lose probably roughly a third. Death Trap loses roughly a third, but it gains Ice in the Dark again, which is better than Tybalt, so that kind of makes up for most of the loss that he would have from the nerf. Okay. But for example, Poison TB might actually be pretty competitive with Death Trap now for a push. Poison TB with the reworked Alchemical Mixture might be something. Because that was already running Alchemical Mixture, I think. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about that. I'd have to ask Ava. But it certainly would now, I think. 2 times of non-physical means some combo of cold, shadow, poison. Yeah, you can do any non-physical. You can also do fire. For example, if you have Rakonov's Wake boots, that was a way to do it. Or, well, technically Frostburn or something. Rate my excited for the season on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say 8. I mean, I have to like go through more to patch notes and stuff. They buffed Shadow Step. Okay, what else should we look at that is like potentially Giga nerfed or Giga buffed or something? I don't think there's really much on Sorc or Barb that we can really expect. Druid is probably like the more interesting one. But it seems like they definitely made up for the all-power nerfs for Druids. There's like a lot of like big aspects buff and stuff. Yo, thank you, Aldrin. Pain Gorgeous. I guess they only like fixed the bugs, right? Echo damage for now, critical strike and the all-power after triggering damage was also critical all-power. But I think this was not the only problems that this item had. I think there were other things also not working. But at least it should be close enough. I'm not sure. We'd have to have Speed Dropper. I know he has done a lot of testing on Pain Gorgeous and he has like the full list of what works and what doesn't. So I think we're gonna see builds running it now at least. So Spiritborn still looking strong. Yeah, Spiritborn actually increased the gap. I think, from what we can tell so far. I haven't really looked at all the changes. But it looks like the gap got bigger, so Spiritborn should be by far the strongest. They changed Bloodless Scream. Intelligence bonus normalized with other weapon values. Freeze duration replaced with like a hit. Chance to restore resource. Chance to deal shadow damage. Ranks and darkness skills increased. Okay, it seems like pretty random. Like, which build would run that? It's basically like a elemental surge. And some resources. Still go Death Trap for Rogue. Rogue definitely got a bit more diversity now. Death Trap is not just Giga OP anymore. It's still probably the strongest on Rogue. But, you know, the other builds kind of caught up, I think. The nerfed Serpentine aspect. Oh, that is important. 2.5% to 1.5. And they probably bug fixed it. I did not expect to see a nerf, actually. But they did buff the neck, to be fair. So that mostly makes up for this. And then I guess they removed the third Hydra there. This alter allows the Hydra enchant to benefit from a Serpentine aspect. Oh, wait. Ah, shit. No, it's actually not really a nerf. But you can go for the Hydra enchant now. Yeah, previously the Hydra enchant was just completely pointless. So now you run that. And this might actually be a buff. I mean, how much mana do you have? Let's say you have like 200 mana, right? Or something like that. So you would get a 500% buff. So total is 600. But only for 2 of the Hydras. And now you have a 1.5 times 200. So you have like minus 1/3 damage. But you have probably 4 of them out. Instead of only 2. So the net gain is basically a 1/3. But you also lose an enchant. But I mean, what did I have with an enchant even? Nothing really crazy, I think. Let me check. Yeah, I had like a random fucking familiar enchantment. So you can just put a Hydra enchant now, you proc it easily as well. Because you have so much fucking mana that it will, like, every time you cast a Hydra, you'll get one of these. Is there a cap on how many you can have actually? Or do you just want to spam it as much as possible? I guess there's a cap. Probably also like 2, right? But you get it easily, basically. Every time you cast a Hydra, you get another Hydra. So this is actually pretty huge. This is actually a buff. And not a small one. But they probably removed the 3rd Hydra from the Serpentine aspect. Yeah, this one here. Two buffs the Hydra heads apply to the one from some from the enchantment. I think the enchantment works the same, it just couldn't work with Serpentine aspect now, but now it can. Yeah, Hydra will be very good. This will be one of the best builds. And it just got better actually, so most likely at least. Barb Ditch. Did it do anything with earthquakes? Dude, Barb is completely white text. There's no change. What? Holy dude. What about the basic attack stuff? Raphael, unchanged. Okay, Pain Gorgeous, that's the thing. Ah, here, wait a minute, there's like some other stuff. Area's Bearing, for some reason this is not in the Barb section. Does double damage reduced. Okay. And the ability is nerfed, so they actually nerfed... Wait, is that nerfed? 0.6? I don't think this is actually changed. What is the difference? .4 to 0.6. That's the same. Barb is left, top tier Enkim. Yeah, I mean, Barb's not gonna be fine. They still have Earthquakes. But it's just the same shit that we already had for 3 seasons. So, you know. And the new stuff is not really like a top tier, you know, kind of scenario. It's more like, you know, you can play Dungeon Strike, which is very good for T4 farming and stuff. You'll get to the point where it's strong enough to do anything in T4. But it's not gonna be like, you know, a pusher like Earthquake. Works. Is there like anything that's nerfed here for Earthquakes? What did it nerf? I didn't see it. Tech rune maybe? I don't see anything about tech rune. What did it nerf? Incendiary fissures? No. Earthquake. Excuse. Here. Earthquake damage bonus reduced. Okay. Which one is that? Okay, so it's like a minus 1/3. Anything else? Oh. Okay, that here it is. Oh shit. Okay, that is the big nerf. You don't have heavy hitter temper anymore. Yeah, this is actually fucking ditch. I mean, to be honest, it's probably for the better, but they have to fix Barbs after that. I think this heavy hitter stuff was just like way out of control. And also like it was completely like toxic when it came to like the masterwork crits and stuff. So this was probably a needed change, but it means Barb is dead right now pretty much. So at least for like the higher end stuff. And also this at least fixes most of the double dipping issues we have with Earthquakes, with the minion Barb stuff is heavily dependent on getting heavy hitter, tempered on everything, masterwork, triple critted, and then you have like the giga double dip on the pets with the Earthquakes. So yeah, this is a huge nerf. This is like in the range of, I don't know, like a ×2, ×3 or so nerf for normal Earthquake builds, and probably in the range of like a ×10 or something for minion Barb. I don't know exactly, but probably in that range. Doesn't that make me get Hoda back? No, it doesn't. Like, Earthquakes would probably still be by far the best that you have on Barb. I mean, there was just nothing else, right? Like, what is actually the other builds on Barbs? Earthquake, Earthquake, Earthquake. Okay, there's this. So I guess Mighty Throw is gonna be the king again, maybe? Yeah, but yeah, Minion Barb is probably gonna drop down to somewhere at least here or here. And I guess the same goes for normal Earthquake, the same goes for this. So I guess this might be the lone survivor, but this is an overpower build. So it's also gonna lose something. And then, yeah, you basically have like the entire Barb somewhere here, I think. Like the entire class is just gonna be there, basically. Or something like that. Unless we find something else in here that's like interesting, but... Ugly Bastard Helm was also nerfed. Heavy Hitter was reduced to 10. I mean, it seems like they're trying to make Barb a bit more of like a healthily balanced class, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be weaker than the others. B is for Barb. Wait, are we actually gonna have a season where Barb is not really, like, you know, top tier? Crazy. Did it ever happen? Yo, thanks for 50 months. Well, so far so good. Most of the updates are looking pretty promising. But I haven't gone for everything. Thank you, Agora, as well. Okay, Raptor Berserker no longer enters movement or channeling. Exploit in range, knocking back surrounding enemies, gaining Berserking unstoppable for 10 seconds. So is it like a 10 seconds duration now, basically? I guess so, right? Because previously, I think the skill was just a 5 seconds duration, right? So it's easier to keep up, I think. Enhanced Flame, Vulnerable Chance, okay. Yeah, we should probably go through everything now from top to bottom. Like, we've seen like some of the bigger stuff, and maybe we're gonna find some other surprises. Spiritborn is looking like the play this season. Yeah, so far, yes. Actually, I have to look at the ultimates. Let's see those, actually. Devourer. Enemies affected by toxic globes take 50% increased poison damage. Blah. That seems scuffed. Like, there's not that many globes, I think. Player attacks are guaranteed a crit for the duration of Eagle Spirit. This is also not that useful, I think. Exile the Protector. Players deal 25% increased damage. That could be something. You also get pretty big barrier from Protector and a 25% buff. So that could be something, I guess. I don't really believe in this. And this is like borderline useless. Because every build just has guaranteed crits. Either you have Kapaleke, or you have like a Perdition Helm or something like that. It's not that hard to get crit cap, really. But it could maybe be like an alternative way to build your character, and maybe that could actually come out ahead, I don't know. Occasionally it is kind of tough to cap crit on the Spiritborn. Because you don't have offhands, and you usually have like something like a, you know, Harmony Helm equipped with no crit and so on. And most of the time you don't even have like a Star Disguise or so. They also reduced the Harmonious Hunter and they reduced the maximum ferocity from 4 to 2. Okay. We might actually see some variety now. This might be enough of a nerf. And at least this might be enough of a buff. I'm not sure about this, maybe. But I don't believe in that. Like these globes, there's not that many of them. It launches 10 toxic globes. It's like all over the place, and it's only when you summon them. And it lasts 6 seconds. You can only summon this guy every 15. Like, even if you hit the right guy, it's only like a third uptime. Like, this is actually shit. I think this is useless. But okay, Protector might be something. Protector, Inner Calm, and Fawns. Yeah, Inner Calm is not a thing on the Spiritborn, pretty much. Like, you have so many insane aspects on this class. And you have like 2.5 slots for them. So. Overpower was nuked. Yeah, we saw the overpower already in the Campfire. Okay, anyway. Let's go through this step by step. So actually we start with the Spiritborn stuff anyway. But I just want to get a drink real quick, guys. So 1 sec. Also, I'm still like in the corner, I realized. So we can do this. Also, let me update the command here. Okay. Close this stuff. Actually, I should not have closed this, but okay. We're gonna do a bunch of like notes here as well, so we can do like a summary for later. So something like that, maybe. Can you guys read that? Yeah. Alright, I'll be a beetle. Just a minute or two. Hey guys, I took the opportunity for a little snack. Grab 2 eggs from the kitchen. Alright. Let's do it. We're going from top to bottom. We went through like some of the bigger changes. See, wait, Spiritborn still good? Yes. Definitely gonna be my starter. Okay. Thank you. So Hunter is nerfed a little bit. How much will that do exactly? -2 ferocity. I mean, this will also reduce the double dipping slightly, actually. Actually, let's take a quick look at like how impactful is that. If you take like Balazan build. So we have 25.3% damage from Plains Power per ferocity. We have 15 ferocity, right? We have 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5. Yes. What? You want this one?
Yes, exchange. Yeah. The mock thing.
So now we're gonna have 13 instead of 15, which is kind of a big deal actually for the double dipping. But how much is that? Shit. Okay, so we have a times 23 multiplier by standing in Mystic Circles. Now we're gonna have a times 18.3 multiplier. That's actually a noticeable difference, to be honest. %25 more. Okay. Plus we have less damage against injured. Plus we have less attack speed. So we're probably talking about something like a 1/3 reduction here. And they also nerfed the pants already by half. So compared to PTR, we are something in the range of 5 pit tiers weaker, I'd say. Wife affix. Yeah, it's one of the new Nightmare Dungeon affixes. You know, this here. Yeah, I'm already in the next patch, you know. This damage increased by 30% of a critical damage bonus. That sounds like a buff, actually. Wait. Damage. So this is important. Seeker, Devourer, but probably useless. Protector, maybe. Okay. Razor Wings is kind of interesting though. But I would not suggest to start with this. I think this is more of like a twink angle. Razor Wings, I don't think it's gonna be that strong. But we can see if we can cook something. Okay, that was actually most it here for the Spiritborn already. Okay, Balazan, first of all, fixed. That's important. Alright. completely shafted. Heavy hitter, temper gone. Ugly bastard, 60%. You nerfed 30%. Yeah, that's it basically. So, this is it. Yeah, and heavy hitter also nerfed, yeah, true. Ten. Yeah, so that is okay. This is like, you know, like the heavy hitter thing alone is like an insane change. So this will mean something like in a range of like 5 to 10 pit tiers, at least by itself, I think. The heavy hitter change. And then you have like other smaller stuff like this. Yeah. So yeah, the upgrade builds will go down like 5 to 10 tiers at least, I think. What was kill only damage instances per second for Balazan? Something in the range of 100-ish. Depends exactly on like your attack speed and stuff. Like 100 per target, correct? It's like it's just a good ballpark. Maybe slightly less. Okay, Noxious Resonance. It doesn't show anywhere. Noxious Resonance. Ah, this. Yeah, this is unchanged. This was already on the PTR, so we're looking at the blue stuff. We're not looking at this. And yeah, it did some changes to like the poison builds, but generally, generally it's fine. I'm kind of sad that I didn't touch it again. I suggested them to make it like 310, but I kept it the same. So this means you're gonna have relatively miserable single target experience still. And I was hoping they would like alleviate that a little bit. But yeah, anyway, this was already factored into all of these Spiritborn builds on BR, so you know, this is fine. So I mean, I have like a, you know, like a list of the performance of basically every single Spiritborn build from the PTR. And then I can take what we see here and adjust that list. And honestly, Spiritborn is looking very powerful. So this is what I can say. Yeah, I know you're a big Barb enjoyer. It's not looking good on the Barb side, unfortunately. Okay, Polarize got a buff. And it has this as well. And it has this. But it lost, wait a minute, it lost a 75% increase all power damage. So I wonder if that goes into the pool. Does it go into the pool? I don't think it does. And I think most of the damage will come from the poison pool. So I think it shouldn't matter. Mostly, it shouldn't matter. And you have this as well. I guess that kind of like together with this mostly brings back this. Okay. And it's, yeah, it's like slightly more with together with this here, I guess. You just nerfed EQ for Barb and that's it. Amazing. Yeah, realistically, the way that I expect this to go is that in Season 10, in Season 10, they're probably gonna nerf everything that's gonna be like S tier territory right now. You know, like they're gonna do like another like 5 to 10 tier nerf to, you know, like, I don't know, Blood Wave and Bone Spirit and the Banazan, Spiritborn and the Hydra Sorc and all that stuff is gonna come down in Season 10. And then they're gonna do like the core skill revamp for all classes, and that will probably include like some pretty heavy buffs on the Barb side as well. And then you're gonna have like a good Barb again. But this, yeah, I guess it's just generally trying to bring down the power level. And they put Barb to where they probably want to have the future power levels to be. Because Barb itself is going to be very balanced now. It's actually looking like a very balanced class. Just from like my gut feeling right now. And they're probably going to try to bring more stuff to that level in the future. That's what I expect. What pity can Penshot do in Season 9? It's gonna be like something like around 90. If you like doing pit 70s, Barb is the class for you. Balance just means too fair to see play. Yeah, for a lot of people it does. But there's also a lot of people that, you know, just like the Barb and play it anyway. And, you know, personally, I also have a lot of fun playing weak builds just because they have cool builds. And so, you know, I wouldn't mind making a Barb. I'll make a Barb just to play Lunging Strike, which is not even the best build on Barb, you know, so it's fine. Why do you get 30% more armor while Grizzly Range is active? Yeah, that's like relatively useless. Yeah, adjusting HP in the pit. Oh shit, is that mentioned somewhere? So maybe they're actually gonna make it easier to hit like pit 100 or something. Anyway, let's see some more of the other changes here. So the Storm Strike. Yeah, there's like this Storm Strike thing, but I think this is not enough to bring back Storm Strike or something. Both side graded-ish. Both skill, I guess. Huge. Okay, then we have Storm Strike. Buff is good, but will suck anyway. Okay, Crazy Rage buff, whatever. Provocation. After 10 seconds of wear form, your next non-defensive skill will all power and deal increased damage. Interesting. They made it a 10 seconds timer now. And increased damage. Toxic Claws buffed. Bunch of buffs all over the place. Aspects to compensate for overpower. Should plus minus remain similar. You have this. Bonuses remain for 8 seconds after lifting wear buff up to 5. Okay. Shockwave now works. That's nice. I hope they fix Rabbit Bear. Dire Wolf is now utility. Oh shit. And also the use on horror. Earth Spike with the 2 lines. Kinda nice. I think the Druid changes are actually pretty good. Like, I think something like this here is fine. Where do we fit that actually? I actually just made that yesterday, right? Did I? Polarized, yeah. So right now we have it on a glove. And here's ballistic. Yeah, so you can put another offensive aspect here, and we can... Yeah, ballistic is kind of whatever. So there's like not even a 10% buff or something, I think. So you put the use on horror there, and boom, you get another offensive, which is gonna be... we have Shockwave, Rabbit, Retaliation. There's like the... what is that called? The bear thing. Changeling, yeah. You do Changeling. I'm just gonna do it right now, actually, while we're here. So I'll just... Oh wait, I can't, right? Fuck. So, anyway, that's gonna be nice. What about Earth Spike? Yeah, okay, here nothing really changes, right? Okay. But anyway, kind of cool. I think that the Druid changes this season are actually across the board pretty good. I'm very excited for both. And it works with Shockwave. So that's nice. OP was 80% of our damage. Wasn't it 80? Wait, on PTR? Boiler? I guess it depends a bit on how much life do we actually have in some of these builds, right? Let's take Pulverize. How much life do I have here? 32,000. On the PTR it was 100% damage per 1,000 life, basically. So this is 3,000 additive. And usually around 3,000 is usually what you get on builds. So if you look at this here, this is like 670. 7, 1k, 1.1, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.8, 2. Okay, so maybe you can even squeeze in a bit more, like, actually there's here a lot of overpower damage. We're gonna have guaranteed overpowers, right, from the Nightbringer. So yeah, I think that around half reduction for overpower builds seems to check out, at least for this, yeah. And I think it's gonna be similar, plus minus, for other builds. Maybe you can try to, like, you know, min-max this a little bit and squeeze in more additive, and then, you know, get the crit elsewhere or something. I mean, I didn't like the full math now and everything, but I think like the changes they've done on the Druid are good changes, at least, outside of like how strong everything is gonna be exactly. This is kind of like random, I gotta say. This armor while Greasy Rage is active is like completely like out of place, but okay. A bit more quality of life and stuff. So what happens here? Your direct lightning damage makes your storm skills deal more damage than enemy up to 65. At the maximum sex, the target becomes vulnerable. So they actually has completely removed this. And you have to stack it up, so you have to hit the target like 50 times in order to get the full benefit, and then it becomes vulnerable. And it just stays vulnerable or something. But I mean, this is not really a problem, right? And you would not dream about, I don't know, not running a vulnerable chance ring just because you have this aspect, because you have to hit him 50 times in the first place. Kind of weird. Barb dead. Yeah, this is how my patch notes start. Oh god. Yo, thanks, Countess. Barb is actually oof, man. No bonking. Anyway. Yeah, we're going through the patch notes right now from top to bottom. I went through some of it earlier. And I was making notes, yeah, to see what we got. Let's see the Necro. Oh wait, this is actually important. Polarized size. Okay, we got this. Let's do Necro now. Barb, no more heavy hitter tempering, yes. You had the same idea with the PV2 shirt? This was actually just RNG, but yeah, sometimes, you know, every 1 or 2 weeks, I mean, I just keep taking from the top. At some point I get a PV2 shirt. You prage now? What are you praying? Massive pools and puddles, yes. Yeah, some builds actually changed a lot. Like, they moved some of the aspects around, Boiler. Oh man. No tempers. Oh no. Yeah, size tempers are utility, Filmic. We might play Season 1 bonus beer with crits. Okay, let's see what they changed here, actually. Supreme Blood Wave. They nerfed the number of blood orbs. I feel like that's not the thing to nerf here, to be honest. Like, I felt like it's already so clunky to play Blood Wave, and now it's, like, more clunky. Like, really? But I guess they probably want Blood Wave to be, like, exclusively, like, a bossing and a pushing build, and that's it, and... They would not dream about farming anything with Blood Wave, I guess. So... You have to do, like, more running. What is the Rabbit Bear aspect bug? Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot to check that. Rabbit Bear. Is that mentioned? Yes, okay, they fixed that. Yeah, so previously, when you go into Grizzly Rage, at some point Rabbit Bear just stops functioning. So that was basically the problem. But they fixed that, that's good. You have to check the bug fixes as well. Bear bug fix. Okay. Some good news about Barb. No. Okay, let's see what else here. Serration, crit chance increased from 0.3 to 1. That seems like a lot. Wait. Really? For each 30 essence you get 1 crit. I mean, how much essence do you have? You can easily get like 200, even 300 or something, or more. So you can get like 30 crit or some shit. That's quite a lot. Titan's Fall. They just removed the fortify requirement and nerfed it slightly. Okay. So it's mostly a nerf because is there like any Necro build that doesn't overpower? That doesn't over fortify, I mean? It was very easy to get it. They buffed Necrotic Fortitude, okay. They buffed Bone builds. Actually, does that work when you convert it to Shadow? Yes. Okay. Bone builds buffs. Affliction. That seems like very big numbers. Damage enemies take from you increase from 15 to 45. Oh shit. Affliction, Giga buff. Shadow Blight. Yeah, I don't believe in that, but I don't know what exists for Shadow Blight, to be honest. Maybe there's something. Would the next expansion be before May 2026? Not unlikely. I think Druid will be good. I think there is like not really one really shining build on Druid. And it will suffer a lot from the overpower nerfs. But there's a bunch of buffs across the board on Druid. Overall it's gonna end up weaker than it was. It's maybe like Barb or slightly higher than Barb or something level, I'd say. That's my guess. Bone Spear, Bone Prism was nerfed. Let me see that. Legendary Aspects, Blighted, okay, Bone Dusters. Bone Spear deals increased damage to enemies in Bone Prison, and first Bone Spear to hit each enemy within it is guaranteed overpower. Oh boy. Okay. Giga nerfed. Actually. Only the first. So I wonder if I can like recast the Bone Prison and just try to like reset it as fast as possible and cast it again. Yeah, that will be very noticeable actually. So it's basically minions like OP, and then maybe some Blight. Bloodless Scream, I don't really see any value there right now. Unless they kept the damage buff that it had. There was like some damage buff on it. Against Frozen and bosses or something. There was a last Epoch like 30-second thing that I watched that. Okay. Flesh Eater Corpse requirement reduced from 5 to 3. Sure, I guess. It's something, but they still have to go for the corpses. But I guess 3 is a bit more feasible. Skeletal Mage and Warrior Sacrifice bonuses grant an additional 35 golem damage. Hulking Monstrosity. I have no idea how good are golem builds right now. Is that like a thing? I know like basically every necromancer build sacrifice golem, and there was like not really anything with golem. But maybe you can make like an actual golem build, basically. But I'm not sure how good that is. Number of total stacks reduced from 8 to 4, and damage per stack increased from 1 to 5. This is the Paragon here. But it also gives you essence, right? So again, like less maximum essence, I guess. But a bit more damage. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if like a golem build actually is like a thing. Can't decide what aspect to sacrifice. I put Rotting Nightbringer into both. You don't have to, because you can move yours and Horror on the boots now. I'll link the patch notes. It's a big multiplier lost from Grim Feast. Yeah, overall it looks like for the Necros, I felt like there were like a bunch of builds that were all like, you know, pretty high-end top builds. There was like Blood Wave, there was like the Bone Spear stuff. Then a little bit below that I guess was like the Minions. And then it was also Bone Spirit. And now it feels like, okay, Blood Wave is kind of staying where it is, I guess. Maybe a slight nerf because now you need to get more orbs. But you're probably gonna get to the point where you just like cast it just like before, pretty much. Maybe you have to put your fast blood aspect on the neck and that's it. And then you have like a seemingly pretty big nerf to Bone Spear. But they might have also bug fixed the shadow stuff, right? So I guess you have to see that later in the bug fixes. Because like all the shadow stuff didn't work with the bone builds. So if that is fixed, can I check that real quick? Darkness, I guess. What is that aspect called? Yeah, Decaying Humorous. That's the one. Great. So I guess they did not fix that. Okay. Is Death to Rogue dead with these changes? No. Just wish they made minions better than the sacrifice bonus on Necro. I mean, there is like, you know, mini Necro with at least the warriors and the mages, and then there's mini Necro with the mages. And I mean, there is a pretty big buff to Golem. So I'm not sure if we can make like a, you know, Golem thing now. Do they usually make changes in the first weeks? Yeah, they started doing that actually this season, where they do some patches right away in the first week or two, and then kind of leave it. So if like something really crazy pops up, they will fix that, yes. But realistically, outside of like some weird bugs they introduce now, we know exactly what the builds will do, pretty much. After like, you know, a bit more like numbers crunching and stuff. And we know what the meta will look like pretty well when the season starts. Okay. That is kind of nice though, the Corpse Eater. Corpse Eater. 5. What's this? Required. Yeah. Rogue, let's see. Casting a different skill resets this bonus and grants all stored energy. Interesting. So I guess they wanted you to like not accidentally reduce the energy cost so they can use the helm more easily. Kind of funny what they did there. But ultimately inconsequential. Okay, Shadow Clone though. Shadow Clown minus 50%. But also has some 20% ER. Okay. Okay, no pull effect. Otherwise, Death Trap is fine, I guess. Victimize. I don't know if it can be strong enough to be its own thing now. I know that that Victimize was really despair. And ×4 buff that we have here is not enough for that. So I think Victimize will be only used for the 75% bonus. As like a passive bonus that you proc basically. And then you don't have to worry about close quarters. I think that's mostly it. It's also kind of huge. Close quarters you can now scale much faster. Save position. I can look at mixture. I'm actually not 100% sure about that. Twisting Blades. Are we running a chemical mixture on this? Yes. So that is kind of big. Poison, TB, stonks. Maybe it's Death Trap for push. Not 100% sure, but maybe. Although, wait a minute. Or maybe it's not actually. How much I can look at mixture potency? They moved the scaling of it actually, as realized. I thought they just added this other stuff and buffed it, but it didn't. There was also current bonus 1200. Okay, never mind. I think this is actually the opposite of what I thought. Ah, wait. So live server, it has uncapped scaling. On PTR they kept it. So this is live server 1200%. So I think actually what's gonna happen is Poison DB is just not running alchemical at all. And now maybe it does again, but not really. Because here was a cap of 150. Okay, so I'm not actually sure about this. So this gives you like double the potency and then the 50%. Heartseeker perhaps? Heartseeker will be like okay-ish, I think. Did I put panic mode on a bingo card? No, danger. Yo, Todajalo, you absolutely need Fazola. Need an S rank Heartseeker. Yeah, we're not gonna get an S tier Heartseeker, but I think Heartseeker is gonna be playable. What's the best class for the season? Spiritborn. I'm not really sure if Alchemical Mixture actually goes anywhere. I mean... You don't have to do some weird, okay, stack poison anymore and these kind of things. So you can now get other tempers, which is usually Dark Shadow tempers. And then you get like a 50% buff there. You have double the imbuement potency. Now, if it works with Shadow Clone, then I guess this might be a good, but I don't know. Not sure. Oh, that's a big buff to cold clip, actually. Ooh, what? That's kind of big, actually. Cold clip stonks. Okay. Ravager has a longer timer, basically, and it's kind of whatever, okay. Death Mask. I don't really believe in an Eagle Horn. They always bounce at least once. It's in the dark. Use take care. Should probably mention that. I think this Eagle Horn changes whatever. If you take a look at the, let's say, Pinshot Azarath variants. We have Maimon, Conceded, Trickshot, Fist, Stars. Maybe you could do it. If you get like a, if that bounce is like a guaranteed second hit, maybe you could do it. Actually, if it actually like, you know, hits again the same target, guaranteed. Maybe. Eagle Horn, guaranteed bounce. Be useful. Eldritch bounty is now just passive. Did it nerf Sorc? I haven't seen Sorc yet, but so far it doesn't look like it. No witnesses. 40%. Okay. That might actually open up some different builds where you don't have to run an ultimate to get out the Shadow Clone nerf. Maybe. Sorc Hydra heavy nerfed? Nah, it looks like a buff actually. I think Hydra's actually buffed. So, or maybe side grade, I don't know. Okay. Bunch of small stuff here. Icefall buffed. Okay, who cares? Fire starter, so what does that even do? Gain first increased fire damage when newly burning enemy. You deal an additional 150% pyromancy fire damage to them. Okay. Still kind of useless, I guess, right? Maybe not actually. 30% is probably okay. but not really like an upgrade or anything. But it's like pretty unconditional, which is nice. Looks like they balanced the direct damage version with the dot version. No, dot version was way ahead, and it got further ahead now. So there is no direct damage version of Hydra anymore. That's actually nice. Because sometimes they just AFK for like a second, which is kind of clunky. And I did add this here, but that's not anywhere close to enough. Like, the crit version was way behind the burn version. Will the Rake Spiritborn build I made a video about be top tier? Yes. Rake is gonna be insane. One thing about good old Druid, I think that the changes they made generally make sense. But it looks like Druid is just overall looking kind of weak anyway. I am excited for Polarize though, and maybe some Earth Spike. I think at the very minimum, Polarize is going to be very fun. And I did like the Earth Spike as well when I played it on PTR. Yeah, something like that's Armors, but also you now get 2 more Hydras from the Hydra Enchant. So it's actually a buff, I think. Is Maxwell still updating tier lists? Yes. Okay, Horonic Jewels, we've seen this. Ah wait, this was all the class changes actually, right? And now we get into the... Wait, there's actually more changes here that they hadn't had in a blog post, it seems. Or... No, I think this was all in the blog post. Okay. So I don't have to go through that. Monster health increase per pity after Torment 1 has been slightly reduced to ensure a wider range of builds succeed in a journey to Torment 4. Interesting. Okay, scaling after T1 reduced. I wonder if it picks up again after Torment 4 though, or if it's just like generally reduced. So we're gonna see some pretty high clears actually. Additional experience orbs dropped in Forgotten Wisdom. Nightmare now scale better and behave more consistently. Okay, whatever that means. Okay. Experience orbs scale better and more consistently. Maybe not managing leveling strat. That I don't know. Okay. It's like the XP ops are dropped from the Whisper caches. Yeah, it could be. But this might mean that our like 1 hour level 1 to 60 dream is dead. But maybe at least it's gonna remain useful later, because, you know, outside of like 1 to 60, they were kind of useless. So I guess this is probably the idea here. Sad to see there's no changes to Masterworking. Yeah, I think this would have been a pretty big win if they had just like thrown in the Masterworking revamp. You know, even without PTR, I mean, it's fine, right? They could have just do that. But they didn't. It's gonna be season 10, I guess. Erotic Vial, drop rate, now scales of Torment here. Admin dungeon, respend in chests and dungeon event chests have been returned toward more gear, outer side, and gold. Okay. Betrayer Husks now scales of difficulties here, okay. That's good. There's gonna be so much opposite from Nightmare Dungeons that the Masterworking revamp always won't matter. Well, I mean, Opticide is not the bottleneck, you know? So Opticide is easy to get. That's not a problem at all, yeah. And now it's just gonna be like, if you farm a lot of Nightmare Dungeons, you're gonna get a lot of Opticide anyway. You're chilling. But, you know, Opticide was never really the problem in the first place. The problem was either the gold, or, you know, like, very crystals. And, yeah, mostly very crystals, I guess. Or, like, sometimes even, like, rawhide and these kind of materials. And for some people, even the souls. And there's not really a good target farm for most of these things. So that is not really fixed yet. And outside of that, even if you have infinite materials, the Masterworking system is just shit, right? Like, even if you have infinite materials, you need like an hour of clicking fucking blacksmith to even get the thing you want. So, like, if you make your items on a PTR and you try to like triple crit the right stuff on your gear, like, it just doesn't happen. Even if you can do it infinitely. So I'm not sure what that means exactly. Fix an issue where the ugly bastard hand power would not properly function. Does it mean that sometimes you just didn't get a damage bonus or something? Is that why they reduced the number? I don't know. I have never heard of that. Actually, I realized they didn't change anything on flesh render and stuff, right? And that is also not an overpower build, I believe. Wait, is the flesh render build an overpower build? I don't think so. You get rawhide from elites. I mean, most of the material drops, like everything besides Opticide basically comes from bosses. Yeah, I think VS Master just only works for skill damage. Yeah, that's kind of the idea of Bea. That's exactly what's gonna happen. And since this sounds like a relatively simple change, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't actually put it into this season. Okay. Yeah, I think the Skeletal Mage Mastery ranks actually did not work at all on Hand of Nas. Like, this minion build is actually gonna be really powerful on Necro. That's probably gonna go in S even. These changes in Nightmare Dungeons make me feel pretty excited for the changes for the Hordes. Yeah, it could be. If they do like a similar update for Hordes, maybe it's gonna be pretty cool. You're such a D4 shill. Maybe you should watch my 1 hour feedback video, then you're gonna see how much of a shill I am. That I made like 2 weeks ago or something after the PDR. I didn't know about this. Fix an issue where Supreme Death Trap's pull resist area was set on the player rather than a trap. Uh-huh. Okay, the Exile Hydra is gone. Oh. Yo, they fixed that. That's nice, actually. Shimmering Ice Armor. And now multi-proc. That's good. These were all just PTR bugs anyway. Interesting that I made it into these patch notes here. Like this was a PDR exclusive. But okay, I guess they maybe wanted to clarify that or something. Okay, is there anything else down here now? It seems so. Wait. So what is this now? Game updates? What did we just see? Updates from PTR. Okay, but there's like other changes down here anyway, I guess. Alright. They have like such a weird structure on these patch notes. I feel bug fixes. Ah, they fixed the conversions thing. Nice. I told them specifically, please fix the conversions tooltip. I'm gonna go crazy, especially when it's like a Spiritborn season, and everyone's gonna ask me, man, my conversions is not showing anything. Thank you. Oh my god, okay. My little max are gonna be updated. Well, starting now, I guess. Whoever is ready, they're gonna publish the updates during the weekend. You can sell items to the gambler. I've never tried, actually. Did you miss the free stuff? Yeah, the drops are over. I think this was only during the Campfire. Best class in Season 9 so far. Looks like Spiritborn. Fixed an issue with a Serum could be traded to players who did not own Vessel of Hatred. I remember that bug report. Interesting, these are the mythic and the ancestral legendary tributes, right? I wonder what that means. Okay, we've seen this. We've seen this. We've seen that. Paingorger update. I wonder what happened here. Because this was the same on PTR. They didn't change anything about boss mechanics. I mean, okay, sometimes there's like stealth changes. Like, I remember some season stages randomly changed the boss without saying anything. It's like the most needless change, man. But okay. That is a lot of damage. 30%, 40% with Shroud. But I mean, how would you do this? If you do a Rabid Bear, then you can't go into werewolf form. So it's basically just for like the shifting builds. Okay, we've seen that. It's kind of funny, like how strong Ossified Essence actually is as a key passive. So much, like 50% generation, and then 140 multi. Kind of crazy actually. But I guess you have to like, you know, ramp it up, right? With the Essence. So it has like this late game scaling. It's okay for something like that, I think. So the power is still this, right? So what does it currently have? Lucky hit, int, darkness, freeze duration. And now intelligence bonus normalized. I guess that means more. Because 188 looks a bit low. Okay, so it probably just has like a third more int. Like a hit restore resource. And a proc. So which build would run this? Blight? But then you have the Darkness Fangs, so you don't really care. Sever, maybe? Actually? Would Sever care about this? Because Sever can get the cast twice on the boots, but I'm not sure how much. Oh, double damage actually. Apparently enough. But is that different? Yeah, so I guess Sever could do this actually. This might be a Sever thing. Sever was an OP build before. Like OP as in really strong or OP as in overpower? I mean, this wouldn't really change necessarily. But overpower is nerfed now, so maybe... I think there's going to be a lot of builds that were previously overpower builds that now don't have any business being overpower builds anymore, but I guess that's not necessarily true for Necros, because they can always build in overpower, right? Anything can be overpower with this, and with the pants. Yeah. Okay, what else? Okay, we've seen this further up already. This as well. Okay, here, Splinter Energy. Critical hits or ice spear causes spear to arc. Up to 5 enemies, dealing 6% of normal damage. Ice spear does 40% increased damage. Like, what was that now on the PTR? It seems unchanged, actually. So we still have this arc to 5 targets. I'm pretty unhappy about this, to be honest. I think this was just like a kind of crappy nerf. They need to nerf this. Also, they said something about buffing Lightning Spear, but I did not actually see that in the patch notes. Where's that buff? Or is it like down here somewhere? This, I guess. Okay. Yeah, Detch, I guess. Okay. Fix the issue where fighters mighty throw with snapshot bonuses when swapping weapons. Uh-oh. So, mighty throw looked like it would be potentially only strong Barb build, but I guess no more. They took my input but overpower and nerfed overpower a little too much. I mean, realistically, I think it's gonna set us up in a better spot for the future, though. Even if, like, maybe this season right now, some stuff is, like, kind of down bad. I think it's good for a long-term perspective that they did this change with all power. Because the whole idea of, okay, you stack defense and that also gives you offense, you know, it's just always gonna lead to issues. Like, in general, we have a massive problem with, like, everyone is just too tanky. And monsters are not threatening enough. And this kind of just kept playing into that problem. So I think it's good that they did that. Where can you find my builds? I have a Discord channel where I have my Season 9 builds right now. Exclamation mark builds. Yeah, this is huge. Fix nature where Shroud of Force Death also grant bonuses, Spirit Boons. I not sure if that was just a tooltip or an actual bonus, but yeah, there was like some funny stuff there. Oh, interesting. Fix the issue where Druid companions could not overpower as expected. But I guess you're not gonna go for overpower there. Oh, they fixed the Agile Wolf. Hawk. No more commands, plans. Yeah, there's no plans right now. We just blast D4 for now. I might make a new command. Well, that's kind of nice quality of life here. The Reaper's Pursuit movement speed in town. Gonna be fast as fuck. Oh, Highlight did not benefit from devouring blaze. Interesting. Please ensure flame shade incorrectly granted hidden damage bonus. Good riddance. And this as well. Ah, I bug reported this actually. Did I play a new PoE League? Yeah. Went to the 94 on the first weekend. Killed all the Ubers, the Feared, etc. And yeah, that was it. Okay, I finished the Ubers when I came back because I was 1 week away after that. So I played like 3 days or something. It was kind of fun. It was more fun than I had expected, to be honest. And if I was on vacation, I would have played a bit more. Fixed an issue where the class mechanic armor quests weren't granting the intended item rewards. Yeah, so someone told me yesterday that if you do a class quest, you get free guaranteed legendaries. I didn't know about that at all. That's kind of interesting though. Especially for Barbs, I guess, because they have a very fast class quest. I did Poison Conk, yeah. That was fun. Well, up until like a few hours ago, I would have definitely said absolutely, but now we have Last Epoch starting on the second day of Gamescom, so that's wonderful. But realistically, yes, I think I just have to start Last Epoch late, most likely. What are you looking at for Paragon Speed Farm now? Sorc Tele. I mean, yeah, Sorcs go fast in late game, but Hydra is like a decently fast build, but it's not like a 60-second build. So realistically, I think Evade Spiritborn is like by far the best now that we have a nerf to Lightning Spear, but maybe Lightning Spear might still be good enough to farm XP. Yeah, my guess is like Evade Spiritborn is just gonna be like the Paragon build. Ice Shards drops heavily. I mean, everything on Sorc drops heavily without the Enlightenment. Ice Shards is just one of them. Shadow Step broke. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, Shadow Step... I want to see it before I believe it. I don't know how fast it can go. But it has like a very small AoE. Even if it can teleport around all the time. But maybe it's good enough. But can Shadow Step beat Death Trap? Now that Death Trap lost the extra pull? I mean... it will definitely make Death Trap a bit slower. So I think Death Trap is going to be something like a 90-second build. Evade is going to be like a 60-second build. But Death Trap will go higher, probably. But not enough higher, I guess. Shadow Step probably just headache inducing. I mean, they made it like a bit more comfy with like the longer timer on the Ravager aspect, so that's good. Yeah, Shadow Step is relatively good. And I could believe that it's like one of the better Paragon builds out there, but I'm not sure if it's gonna beat something like Evade. Okay. So that's what I got for the patch notes here. I think I have to start cooking tomorrow and make some builds here. A Shadow Step, Shadow Imbue, Shadow Clone. Well, at least the flavor is on point, huh? I mean, I guess realistically this is kind of what they do anyway, so... I'm not 100% sure what the Shadow Step build looks like. I haven't actually played it. Some medium rare builds. I have a bunch of those, but I also need some well done builds, so... Let's see, Shadow Step is here right now. So what does it look like right now? We have the Shadow Imbue. Momentum. Yeah, I don't think this build will necessarily change a lot. Yo, Ashira's Kanjar, man. For the big bonks. Plus 15 ranks in Weapon Mastery. Okay then. Wait, how do we trigger this? Does the Shadow Clone hit count to give you stealth all the time? Is that the only thing I can imagine here? Or maybe the poison trap ticking? How is this even done? Oh, so the Shadow Imbue from the boost triggers it. That's insane, actually. Was it only from the lucky hit? I mean, it should be easy to reach that lucky hit value, right? 80%. Shadow Step has a very high lucky hit, so you basically trigger it every single time. We have 137 lucky hits. Yeah, so you just get it. Funny combo, actually. Just constantly enter stealth. Yeah, this could be something. Maybe I'll try it actually this season, since I haven't actually played it. So I think Moni Cry. So every 6 Shadow Steps you get a wall tax. But I think Shadow Step has like some kind of like limitation how often you can cast it, right? But he has a lot of attack speed. Penshot is gonna be alright. Maybe even gonna run the Eagle Horn. At least Penshot with Azure Wrath. I already put that out on the Discord. That's gonna push like something like 90 or so. And maybe it's gonna be better than that with Eagle Horn. Do we have a Season 9 winner? Yeah, Spiritborn. I mean, there's other good builds out there as well. Like Hydra is gonna be pretty good. Death Trap will remain pretty solid at least. Yeah, Barb is down bad. Druid is probably like okay, but they don't really have like a really good build. There's only like the Flasher and that stuff. And that is like a weird build. And also kind of hard to make, I think. And then yeah, Necro has like the minion stuff that's looking really good. Yeah, I'd say you're gonna see a little Spiritborn for sure. I think you're gonna see a lot of Spiritborn, a lot of Hydra, and then probably some Death Traps. And that's gonna be like 50% of the builds. Nah, Death Trap is gonna be very good anyway. Best rogue build for leveling since Dance of Nice got nerfed. I mean, they mostly just removed the snapshot from concealment, right? So Dance of Nice is still really good. Otherwise, Flurry probably, or maybe whatever you find. Why doesn't this have triple crit damage on next attack on the Shroud? You mean the Shadow Step? Yeah. The All-Stars should win here pretty easily, I think. Like at this point you probably only have like, I don't know what, 5,000 additive or some shit. But maybe you want to get more of it, I don't know. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go offline and I'm gonna be back tomorrow. We have our Maxwell meeting in 17.5 hours. So I will know more then anyway. But I'm probably gonna be online early tomorrow to cook. Stream the meeting. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I definitely have to like look into a bunch of builds and see what we can do. It's gonna be kind of interesting to see what we can make on the Spiritborn with the new changes to the ultimates, especially. Especially Protector could be something. But yeah, I think otherwise most of the Spiritborn builds will probably not change too much. They did not actually like change a lot here, to be honest. Eagle Spiritborn build incoming. Heartseeker. I mean, Seeker can be played on something like Evade. I think Chronix actually wants to put that into the Evade push build. And Evade kind of struggles to cap crit. So this could be relatively good for that, actually. Other than that, I'm not sure if I really see a lot of potential here. Maybe there's like some builds where this would be like a thing. I mean, certainly not the Cappadega builds. Also not the poison builds. And also not the Thorns builds. So it doesn't really leave us with many builds where the crit would actually be good. So this would be something like the Evade, maybe Touch of Death. And yeah, I guess technically something like Thrash or so, but Thrash is basically just a Banazan build now anyway. Last season, Wishnock, Pan, and Seeker was the playing Evade. Yeah, I think for Evade this might actually be pretty good here. Especially because I'd already used Seeker. It's like the only build that didn't run Hunter, basically. As far as I can remember right now. So this is definitely a nice buff there. We can see if we can maybe like sneak in Seeker on some other builds, like Razor Wings now, for example, or so. Razor Wings, Touch of Death, maybe. And Protector, Yeah, I don't know. This can basically be only a thing on builds that don't do Jaguar Hall double dipping shenanigans. And frankly, there's not much of those. Maybe in the future when you fix the Jaguar Hall. Because then this won't be so impactful. Like even though 2 ferocity is going to be important. Hubris was bugged. It was actually the pencil was bugged and that was fixed, yes. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go bitch. So have a good one. I'm gonna write Chronics. Nah, I got up early today. I kind of want to sleep, so have a good one, guys.